Hello, everyone. Hello. Sorry, I'm trying to do my own stream right there.
There you go. No, it's all good. Took me a second to get my things all set up, so we're good on my end as well.
I might as well ask the chat if they can hear you. Hey, chat, can you hear them?
Yes. Can you hear us now? Can you hear us now?
Oh, I can hear you. I'm just asking the chat if they can hear you.
That's fair. That's fair.
Right. I gotta remember. I gotta mute my videos on my stream.
Yeah. That's all good.
Don't need feedback loop.
Yeah, 100%. As we're getting that set up, welcome everyone. Hope you guys are all ready for a fun discussion here. It's going to be hopefully pretty good. I'm hoping so anyway.
Well, my chat can hear you.
Oh, excellent, cool. So then all the potential scuff is all done. Oh, mine's being rated by Westside Tyler. Nice.
Oh, apparently.
So you have some people coming in right now.
I'm too quiet, apparently.
Excellent.
Hold on, they can hear you, but they can't hear me.
Oh, they can hear. Oh, is my mic? Oh, hang on a second.
They can't hear me.
Is my mic not working? That's funny. Give me a second here. Of course, I love how it's one of us that has something going on here. All right. Oh, there we go. That's the problem. Okay, now the mic is fixed.
All right. I think that's good from my end on here. Just got to lower you down a touch right there. So I'm not trying
Sounds good.
I'm not like, let's just move you all the way down to 0.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about. I love how we have I love we're doing all this sound testing things. We have all the scuff at the beginning. Okay.
Okay, I gotta read one super chat because it's from, I gotta read one super chat. It's just like, oh damn, you're ripped. Because I have my new avatar on for
Oh, of course.
Look, if you can bench press about like 180 to 200 pounds, you'd want to show off those guns too.
Hey, that's valid. If your guy can, if you can lift that, wait, how much do you say guns coming in?
180 to 200 depends on the day.
Oh, nice. Oh, nice. That's excellent. You know, listen, I don't mean to brag. I can lift a solid the bar. That's my.
I mean, that's at least about 70 to 80 pounds, depending on the bar.
This is fair. Well, welcome everyone this time for real. This time with the mic actually working. We have a...
Oh, I see a comment that says comment can be heard, but he's just quiet. So maybe you can turn up the mic.
All right.
Well, absolutely.
On your end.
All right.
On my end? Cool. Let's boost him up. Okay, cool.
Okay.
So, all right, cool. Everything's working? We good?
Yeah.
I think so.
I think introductions, go ahead, Andy. I think it's yours. I mean, you're the one who wanted to do this.
That's fair. It's fair. Hello, my name is Anthony Grumelia. I am a video essayist, former journalist for various websites, and right now just hanging out here with MangaKamen. MangaKamen, introduce yourself.
Well, yes. Well, a lot of people on my channel know who I am. I'm MangaKamen. I happen to be artist, YouTuber, extraordinaire, angry guy on the internet who likes to yell at clouds, and someday become an old man that yells at clouds.
This is very fair. That's the ambition for everyone.
Yeah.
And we're joined by a moderator right now. Madeline, mind introducing yourself?
Yeah, hi. I'm Madeline May, she, her. I'm also a video essayist. You can check me out at Madeline May, M-A-Y-E, on YouTube. And I have a bachelor's in film and media studies. So I'll just be moderating, making sure everyone stays cool and the vibes remain high and good. So we'll...
Yeah, I think.
But I think it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be fun. I think this is gonna be a fun discussion.
Send me a link to your channel later. I'll put it in the description so that way I can give you credit for that, and you can get some. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I'll just.
I got these 200K subscribers, and I'll use this as a billy club for the power of good.
Oh,
Thank
100%.
you. No, I appreciate that. I'll just post it in our chat right now, so you can do that.
I mean,
Mm.
honestly speaking, like when I got to like 100K, one thing I want to do was actually work with a lot of smaller creators and, you know, just have them, because you know how YouTube is, like a lot of people like to pull up the ladder and kick people down, you know.
Oh, 100%. It's ridiculous.
Oh,
But-
I love being a lobster and pulling the other lobsters down with me.
I thought it
think
was
it's really
crabs.
fun. Whatever, I don't care.
It's something.
This
something.
shows how much of a renegade I am. I'm two lobsters.
I mean, you're not doing crayfish now next? I'm sorry, that's terrible. I'm sorry.
Ooh, Prey, crawfish.
Crawfish, indeed. All right, so the topic of this discussion is just general media. A couple ground rules I think we want to set up before we get started. We're mainly going to talk about in different... Oh, Ant is really quiet now? Okay, let me try zooming in a little bit there. So a couple ground rules we're going to establish real quick. We're going to talk about different topics for each period and go back and forth a little bit. Madeline will moderate, make sure we stay on topic, make sure we don't go into any specific topics that we deemed at the start of this taboo. Let's go back and forth conversation style. Between topics, if you leave super chats, we will address them. If you have questions for us, leave them in super chats or in chat. We'll try to get to everything we can, but we can't promise we'll respond to everything unless it's like, you know, super relevant. We're mainly going to talk about media discussion and media analysis, our own previous work, etc. I know there's people who in chat probably have some talking points about subjects that are outside of that realm. We're probably not going to touch upon anything that's outside of that discussion framework. But if we do, then it's only when relevant to the discussion we're talking about.
Oh, wait, I've seen one of
Also-
these videos before. I've seen that brief look at conservatism in Hello Boss.
Oh,
what?
That's mine. I did
Yeah,
that.
yeah, that came on my radar a while ago. Like,
Oh, I hope you liked it if you saw it.
oh, I mean, I did watch a little bit of it. Like, hell, like YouTube likes to give me videos of like that sort of thing, you know, like apparently because I guess you know this how it works. I guess.
I guess. I mean, check out my first video on Hell of the Boss. That's more of a detailed analysis of the show. But anyway,
Yeah.
I also just want to say that I'm going to be doing my best to look at chat, but I am looking at two separate chat boxes right now. So
Yeah, it's.
please be kind. And I'm also looking at any audio things. I saw someone say that I was a bit loud, so I've turned myself down. Let me know if this is better.
Mm-hmm.
And
All right.
yeah, I'll just be keeping a very, very basic look at everything. But excited to hear you all talk.
Yep.
All right.
Um,
Sounds good.
So I think the first subject matter is the one that is probably the most important one here, Anthony, and that would be: is it a ladder or a step ladder?
I'm going with stepladder
How
in the
dare
original
you.
French. Okay.
This stream is over. Goodbye.
Sorry. I mean, honestly, it's a stepladder if you're stepping on it, is my opinion. If it's folded, it's just a ladder.
Honestly, I feel like if it's just like one-sided, like if it doesn't have any actual support other than a wall, then I think it's just a regular ladder, you know?
That makes
I'm
a lot of
also-
sense.
Sorry to just a quick interrupt, Ant. You're still a little quiet. If you can maybe turn yours up a little bit more.
Man,
All
this-
right, I just
man,
went max, I think.
I think
Should
we
be
should
good
call
now.
this the curse of the audio editing.
Honestly, yeah, this is like
the
just
flood.
this always happens with this kind of stuff. It's crazy. And for some reason,
Welcome to
OBS
live
always
streams,
gets my mic.
everyone.
I'm sorry, what's that?
Welcome to live streams, everyone.
There we go. There's always a little bit of always a degree of scuff somewhere.
I mean, I usually
but-
live stream by myself when I game, but there's that.
That's also fair. Yeah, no, it's always something with this, and sometimes the audio it could be like, honestly, editing it was a mess. There was the one Shadiversity stream I did with Sai, and like half the comments were like, "Anthony, you're so soft. Sai's so loud." I'm like, "Oh, it's the audio bouncing. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. It was the stream's fault, not mine." Anyway, I guess one point of discussion that's worth mentioning. Actually, you know what, Wanga, you want to introduce the first
No,
real
and I
discussion?
figured that you could do that first. I mean, like, I feel like this is nice. It's like, I mean, I got the more subscribers. I think it's better that you get the first, the first throw.
Yeah, it's fair. It's fair. I think one point of discussion that I noticed a lot was in a lot of your videos you discussed the right and the wrong way to a certain character. So the right and the wrong way to write a villain, the right and the wrong way to write a redemption arc. In your opinion, why do you think there is a right and a wrong way objectively in media? Because I had some disagreements on that front.
Okay. Well, I want to make it clear at first that when I use like the right and wrong way, I'm trying not to go from an objective standpoint. Like, I'm not like Mauler and the other crew and stuff like that. Like, I've never been a whole fan of the objectivity of, you know, a media analysis, because there are some things you can objectively talk about, such as, like, for example, in my opinion, like video games, if there's like a glitch, or if you see something like, I don't know, a coffee mug while a space captain is fighting a lizard man on the rock, and you're just thinking, what is that there? Now those things
That sounds very specific.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to... But really, I'm going to be honest, like, when I use the right and wrong way, it's more or less just to get people's attentions, because, I mean, I'm a YouTuber, I kind of have to do that sort of thing, as long as I'm not being dishonest in that regard. Because this is basically all my opinion, and I'm not trying to hide behind, oh, it's my opinion, you can't criticize it. It's more or less me trying to figure out what I believe is good writing, and trying to figure out what I feel is, you know, tangentially related. Like, if we're talking, like, say, redemption arcs or villains, I try my best to do, like, even comparisons, but sometimes that falls in the cracks, sometimes I stretch it, but to me, that's like, that's my video, I can do what I want. If you have a different opinion, you can make your own video on that, you know?
Exactly, that makes sense. And again, like, the thing that I think a lot of people don't realize about YouTube in general is how, like, you have to be hyperbolic in the title or in the thumbnail to draw attention, because you're competing with, like, how many different videos, like, on a single page. How do you get people's attention? You gotta be a little hyperbolic at times. So I hear you there. I feel like in general with media, you always, at least my approach to media criticism is always trying to go from the perspective of, like, how do I show my subjective opinion through my analysis, through my discussion points. There's something I once heard in school that I thought was really helpful. That's stuck with me ever since. Where when someone asked you, "Oh, was a book?" In this case, it was about books. Was it good? Was it effective? I was told you got to ask 3 questions. One, what was the book trying to do? Like, what was it trying to accomplish? What did it do to help aid it along its way? And what got in its own way? And I think that framework, I think, has really helped me with media criticism. I always find myself, whenever I do a topic about, like, a certain trope or character archetype, I always get kind of lost in the weeds sometimes. You know, going into, like, the case by case analysis, not always going and tying it all together into a thesis when writing it. So I find that clarity, the focus of the title is very interesting in that sense, because it's like it tells you right there. Here's the focus. Here's what I'm trying to do. Here's where we get to this point, and I think it's a really good quality.
Yeah.
I think so anyway.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'll be honest right here. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Like,
go for it.
When I do, like, the right and wrong, it's mostly because, okay, there's a topic I want to talk about. How do I incorporate this into a video? Like, for example, one of my more popular videos that came out last year, when I was talking, like, about unlikable characters, which is a very, very subjective subject, of course. And I mainly wanted to do it because Jujutsu Kaisen was kind of ending around that time, and I wanted to talk about Mahito. So I which, considering that video got over 500,000 views, I think I hit my window right there.
Hey, that's fair. And again, like, there's some topics that you have a timely thing going on. You want to talk about something, you want to link it. Like, for example, using an example from a while back, my Lily Orchard writing video. Part of the reason I did that was just for an excuse to have a video where I can talk about Last House on the Left and all these other, like, older horror films that I know would never, if you just put them in, like, let's say, a video on Last House on the Left, no one's gonna click on that because no one knows that it is. But if you mix it in with, like, a Lily Orchard writing video, people know what Lily Orchard is. Oh, well, what are you talking about? As long as you tie it in with the topic at hand, people will listen to it.
Yeah, I mean,
I find, like, with, sorry, I cut you off there.
No. You were talking. It's my fault. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Now, I was just gonna say, I was finishing my thought. I find that when you package dynamic ideas in a way that audiences are interested in, you can tell them pretty much anything, you know, and they'll listen to it as long as it's, like, in the framework that they want to hear, that they're interested in. But, you know, I find that, like, and I think my audience likes to respond to this too, is, you know, I always like to bring up different ideas, different mediums, different works, and I like to mix them together. I like that kind of eclectic viewpoint with my media criticism. But you were saying, I'm sorry about that.
Well, I mean, I understand where you're coming from, because I've done the same thing. Like, back when like the original Life is Strange and all those videos were coming out, like I did similar things. Like I would compare, like, say for example, this is gonna be really out there, Chloe Price with Travis Touchdown from No More Heroes. Or like on the
There's a lot out there.
Yeah, I know. There's
I like
a lot.
it though. That's good though.
Yeah. Or like for the case of the second game, which, you know, I'm gonna be honest, is probably one of the more political videos I've ever technically did. Basically talking about racial stuff, and I actually had to ask a few people, but that's not here or there. And I did a comparison to another game that covered like racial issues, basically discrimination, and that was the Great Ace Attorney. And I feel like, while there is positives and negatives, mostly negatives towards like Life is Strange 2, because like there's a literal scene where they have like a little kid with psychic powers break the wall to the border, and it's like, oh my god. It's like so on the nose.
I'm sorry. I just if I can just step in really quickly.
Yeah.
Because both of you are talking about like, you know, good and bad and all of that. It might be helpful for each of you to define what you mean when you're saying something is good versus something is bad, because those are very broad statements.
That's a good point, Andy.
Just so that we're making sure we're all on the same page of what we're talking about.
Sure, because defining terms is something that we all need to do, I suppose. So, Andy,
it's something my last debate forgot to do. It's something we've got to do in my last debate entirely. You didn't define anything.
You want to take over
Sorry,
for that first, and then I'll give you my thoughts?
Yeah, I'll go first. Well, good and bad, I think, is interesting. So, when I think a work is good, I think on two levels. The first level is, did I personally enjoy it? And that's very subjective. It's very like, oh, did it appeal to me in my sensibilities? Did it have characters I liked? Did it have moments that stuck out to me? You know, did I like the music? You know, the interplay of all those components in terms of just my enjoyment. In terms of if a work is good from a more, I don't want to say objective because that's not correct, but more overhead perspective, like kind of looking down at the mechanics of the work. Did these mechanics succeed? Again, that ties in with that what I was saying before. What was the work trying to accomplish? And did it succeed at that? And if not, why didn't it? So you wouldn't judge a horror movie based the same way you would judge a romance, because they're both trying to accomplish different things. I mean, you could compare them, obviously. I mean, you could compare anything. But you wouldn't necessarily say, oh, well, this horror movie, I got scared in it, but I was not really in love with this romantic bit. Okay. Versus the romance where it's like, oh, this romance really worked, but I didn't get scared by it. You know, you're looking for different things. The intention of the filmmaker is different. And that's not even getting into the idea of themes and deeper ideas that sometimes filmmakers and writers and video game designers and artists try to incorporate in their story. And so good in that sense is very, very eclectic. It's very fluid. It really is dependent on the individual work on a case-by-case basis, in my opinion, anyway.
No, I get that. That seems like it's a very fair assessment right there.
And yourself?
Well, for me, I think it has a lot more factors to go with it, because like you said, you wouldn't judge a horror movie from different standards, right? I think it really all depends on what we're referring to like good or bad. Like, are we talking like general plots? Or are we talking like characters and how they're executed? Or are we talking about like specific tropes? Because you're right, it is a very highly subjective interpretation, because like, I'm going to go back to my example from last year, like talking about like terrible characters, like terrible people. A lot of people like, and I know our moderator probably know this, like, will probably be aware of like Adam from Hazbin Hotel, and a lot of people, for some reason, seem to like the character for being a bad person, and I can understand somewhat because, you know, his job is to be hated, and he does a good job of that, but to me it's done in the same way as like a cheap meal, like McDonald's, if I had to make a good comparison right there. Yeah, it'll get you full, but it's not that great. But when it comes to like good or bad,
that's actually a very interesting thing you just said. Because because I'm also very familiar, obviously, with the Vivzy Pop cartoons. But what you said about quality, like you're comparing a character to junk food, essentially. Can you maybe expand on that? Because I think that's an interesting thing to say.
Yeah, I mean, like, every YouTuber makes, like, food analogies. I mean, have you ever noticed that a lot of YouTubers do that?
We're all hungry. That's probably
Yeah.
why.
Ad revenue doesn't give us enough money to buy anything but, like, a cheap burrito.
You see how expensive eggs are? You get in with a YouTube budget.
I guess I'm more asking, like, what the difference between a junk food and, like, a full course 5-star meal would be in this analogy.
I think
at least in your perspective.
Well, I think for this right here, it goes more to the point of how well, like, if we're going for this topic right here, how well and how defined a character can be. Like in that video, I compared him to Mahito, another character who does terrible things, and basically, I find it to be a lot more satisfying because he doesn't have to be like a misogynistic asshole that just spouts off dude bro things. Like, it's not that hard to hate people who are like, yo bro, let's smack that cat analogy here, I guess. You know what
there
I'm
you
trying
go.
to get. Yeah, you know what I'm trying to get.
I'm picking up on what you're saying.
Yeah. Like, I don't want to say it online.
Not on YouTube. No. They swat you with
Let's just say the
your
Orange Man
demonetization
said
immediately.
that once, okay? Let's just say the Orange Man said that. But the point is, like, when you compare, like, characters like that, and yeah, it gets the job done, but to me, if you're really just going for, like, bottom of the barrel, very surface level stuff that almost anyone can dislike, it doesn't feel all that compelling to me. If anything, it's got the length of the ocean, but the depth of a puddle. Because it doesn't take that long to actually dislike a person, especially when they don't really have any other motives other than, like, I'm bored, let's just kill all these people. Like, I don't know, that just seems like such, like, that seems like a cheap way to basically utilize a character that basically, like, you know, is the first man ever made, and just he becomes like this is making any sense, right? I'm trying.
Oh, it is. Yeah, it's making sense. I have a few thoughts I'll respond to, but I want you to finish your thought first.
Frankly speaking, like, I get people that do like him as a villain because, you know, he does the job. But it's more along the lines of, do you want the job done fast or you want the job done right? That's how I feel like, especially like I'm remembering that one Simpson clip where they're using fireworks to basically fix all their problems, and they use a firework to basically bust open like a jammed shelf, a jammed drawer and stuff, and it just works, but you got all these burns right there. It's like, yeah, that did the trick, but now you got, like, smoke, and then you got, like, the burnt on the actual furniture, and it looks all ugly. I guess that's the best way I can make an analogy with that right there.
Oh, 100%. It's like a scalpel versus a bazooka to solve your problems.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Like, we need a scalpel, not a hammer.
And what I think is interesting, too, something you said before about, like, the whole nihilistic, let's just destroy everything. That's, like, kind of an unnuanced sort of motivation. I was reminded, and this is going back to, like, my hyperfixations, which is, literature. Some of the Shakespeare villains, some of the motivations are absolutely nonsensical. It's like, it's funny. Like, these works are considered to be high art, but at the time they were written for the common denominator. They were written for the lowest common denominator, which is to say, whoever showed up to buy a ticket to the Globe Theater that week. And if you look at Othello, you got Othello and you got Iago. Iago doesn't have motivation. You never find out really why he does what he does, but he still does it. And I think what's interesting there is sometimes it's not even the motivation. Sometimes it's how consistent they are in their motivation. You know what I mean? Like, where the character, where you can go with, okay, this character does things sometimes because he has to make the plot move forward, versus this character really wants this one thing. It doesn't really matter why he wants it. It matters in the plot, but it doesn't really matter to us, the audience. We just want to see him do it, whatever that is. And I think it's interesting because some villains are obviously very motivation heavy. Some characters are very, like, they behave in a way that's very determined based. Like a Thanos from the Avengers, use an example everyone knows. You Yeah, his motivation is very different from the comics. In the comics, he wants to impress his Death, who he has a crush on. In the film, he wants to bring. Oh yeah, they gotta take that away. Yeah, it's like such a
Deadpool the cock
no,
blocker.
he has no maidens in the MCU. He is a very. But you change the motivation. The character is still appealing in the same way. He's still this very driven, very serious villain. When he shows up, you feel like something's about to happen. He's going to disrupt. In every scene Thanos is in Infinity War, the plot changes in some way. A character's arc shifts. He is the point that causes change to happen in the narrative. Even if his motivation, you can break it down forever and go, that's ridiculous. None of this really matters. Like if you destroy half of life in the universe, you destroy half of the organic life that the other life can live off. The more you think about it, the more it falls apart. But it doesn't really matter because he is such a compelling threat that you kind of forget that a lot of his plot makes no sense because it's the threat he poses, and that's the effective question.
Yeah, exactly.
Thanos' motivation, not all making total sense, doesn't really matter in terms of what the film's trying to do. What matters is when he shows up, something's going to go down. He's a good threat to fight. And that's where it gets tricky. I feel like sometimes with criticism, and I feel like I'm guilty of this, you're guilty of this, we all are guilty of this if you engage media criticism. We get so caught up in the weeds of a certain thing that we forget like there's a whole forest out there. Yeah. And I think that's a common thing. And I'm not just saying that I do it, not just saying you do it. I'm thinking we all do it to an extent.
I mean, we're only human. We all have our internal biases and what we feel like is important to discuss when it talks about these topics,
Oh, 100%.
Although I will say I kind of prefer Ultron to like Thanos, especially in the Marvel videos. I don't know. Ultron was a lot more charismatic, especially considering like he was an emotionless machine in the comics.
Ultron's fascinating to me. I've noticed, and I think you picked up on this too. Like, have you noticed there's a lot of like Ultron fans lately? Like, I've noticed that in the comments of my videos when I've mentioned Ultron, or like there's a lot I've seen on TikTok on videos. People really like Ultron, and like. I feel like it's gotten more pronounced as we've gotten further from Age of Ultron. People keep coming back to Ultron like, there's so much to this character we didn't explore. I love the character personally.
I think it has to do with like the fact he has a really defined personality and has all this charisma to him. Like a lot of people do love the villains that can basically be like, oh, I can have a beer with this guy, and sure, he'll kill me right after, but hey, that'll be a good beer.
Yeah, right. Ultron, I feel, would just would like look at the beer and then kill me with the beer. Honestly, speaking of villains getting the beer with their heroes, I'll tell you this. There's a scene in the Fantastic Four comics. It's one of my favorite. I've mentioned this a few times on streams and videos before. Maybe not videos, but like online at least. One of my all-time favorite moments with a villain is there's a comic where the Fantastic Four fights the Frightful Four, one of which has Sandman, the Spider-Man villain. And Ben Grimm, he gets his ass kicked by the Sandman. And he ends up in the hospital. And he hears a knock at the hospital. Okay, his family comes in. They're like, "Oh, Ben, hope you get better." Whatever. They all leave. Knock at the door. In comes Sandman with a 6-pack of beers. Apologizing for beating him up and just talking about life. That to me is one of my favorite moments because it really shows like the humanity of the character, how you see the perspective. And for him, it's a job. For Sandman, it's like he's not really there for like out of some like grudge against the Fantastic Four or Spider-Man. He has a job to do, and I love that dynamic. It's. And you would think to be the opposite of a good motivation. Like, oh, he's just in it for the money and he clocks out of the day like everyone else. But there's such a humanizing element to that I just adore. Like, I think it's so clever.
Like, it's the same thing. Like
when the writer gets it.
It's like the same effect where people see like all those comic book scenes with Spider-Man having a hot dog with Loki. It has like these like.
Oh, it's great.
It has that humanizing element to it that a lot of these godlike characters have. I remember like a long time ago when people were talking about DC and Marvel comics. People would admire DC heroes. Marvel would be more relatable. That was like an old phrase back in the 2000s when I was like really into the comic, world.
There was I think the phrase I saw once, and this might be a Linkara quote for all I know. I could be mistaken, but it could be. But like I think it was like that the Marvel universe was about humans trying to be gods. And the DC universe is about a bunch of gods trying to be human. Yeah, it's clever. It's an interesting inversion, but you still get really good stories. And I'm hoping that's what James Gunn's going to do with DC this time. Like, I hope he's going to have that same mentality. It looks like he is, but like, because I mean, as a fan of comics, what I want to see are these movies really push each other. I think competition is good for superheroes. Like, I don't think it's good that we've only had Marvel films, really. I think we need... I mean, we've had DC, but it's not...
Yeah, we've had DC, but they've kind of...
Yeah, they're not really... you know, they were there, but they're not really
DC
there.
animated, they do really good animated films, you know?
I think for a while they did, but I think they've kind of fallen off a bit, like the last couple of years.
I love the Flashpoint movies, you know?
Oh, that was fantastic. I love Flashpoint. I love Under the Red Hood. That's like my favorite of those, like, of that series, like, because it's a good self-contained story. They did it really well, and like they made some choices with the plot where they changed a few things around, but they changed it in a way where people actually now are forgetting the comics don't have that plot. Like the whole thing with and again, it's been a while since I've read the comic Under the Red Hood, so I might be making a mistake here. If I recall correctly, Jason Todd comes back because Superboy Prime punches reality so hard it fragments and causes continuity errors to happen, and it rewrites reality, which is so ridiculous. I love it. It's so goofy. You gotta love it. But in the movie, they just have it so that Ra's al Ghul puts Jason Todd in the Lazarus pit, which is so much more simple. And I think some people have forgotten that, you know, the comics did it a little differently, but they prefer the way the animated movie did it, which I think is really cool.
Yeah, which, you know, I think we should probably move on after this, but I have two things, because I feel like it's a lot more grounded in the actual universe and lore of Batman. That's why people prefer that, because, you know, we have Ra's al Ghul, who actually basically did come back to life, especially if you, like, consider the cartoon where he actually took over his daughter's body, which is... Okay.
Weird.
That's
very weird.
Yeah. But before we move on, there is one thing I do want to get your opinion on. Have you ever seen, like, the Chinese Batman shorts and such?
For a second, I thought you meant Japanese Batman Ninja. I'm not sure I've seen the Chinese Batman shorts.
It was actually it was a series of shorts that were on Cartoon Network a while ago, like way back, like 10 years. It had, like, this really gorgeous, like, painted scroll art style, and it was just so beautiful. And I was like, why isn't this an actual series? I would love to see Batman set up in China, you know, especially like in, like, you know, more of the, I'm trying to figure out what the right term, like more rustic Chinese,
like medieval. Would you say like not medieval, but like 1800s, 1700s kind of China?
I'd say right before, like way before, like they had like cars and stuff, because they did have like I think they had like some electricity there. Yeah, so maybe around that time, yeah.
Yeah, so that'd probably be like that. Honestly, yeah, I agree. That almost like Korra era, would you say, right? Like a little before that kind of equivalent technology?
I would say, yeah, probably like radios and such like that.
That sounds really cool. Yeah. I think I saw a bit of one of the shorts a while
back. The Batman of Shanghai.
Oh, wait, no, okay, that name sounds very familiar. I might have watched it when it came out, and I just have no strong memory of it, like, in hindsight.
You gotta watch it when you get a chance. I guarantee
I'm going
you're gonna love it.
Yeah, watch my next video is going to be like, oh yeah, Batman in Shanghai. Have you seen this? It's great. I've never heard it before.
We really went off the rails on that one, didn't we? On this this topic.
Oh, not as bad as last week. Last week was really off the rails. I'll say that right now.
I mean,
but yeah, I can bring it back a little bit. First off, just because I've been seeing this in the comments, we are not going to be talking about any personal or drama related anything, so don't ask that. That's just not what this is about. Please respect both of our talkers today, and we do have a super chat on Ant's side about Kamen, or
great,
or I guess defending Kamen.
Okay.
Something that okay. If do you want me to read that, or do you want to read that?
We're kind of in the middle between topics, so I think that'd be fine. What do you think, Ant?
Yeah, I'm down for that. Is the one by because I'm bored left one that we're not going to touch because.
Oh, we're not. There's another one. I can just read it. It's
read it.
This is by Shadowlance, who says, "So been a while, Ant. So sorry, but defending Kamen's opinion on Blue Angel just because of the misogynistic writing the female duelist had since Duel Monsters. I think Crow is also a part of that."
Okay. I don't see how you can be misogynistic to Crow. Misandrous, maybe, but...
Unless he's being misogynistic, who knows? Which I guess
think
would be
they're saying
like.
that I think they're saying they liked your take on Blue Angel.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
That's my bad. Yeah, my apologies.
Yeah. Yeah, I had some issues with that just because I felt like I didn't get to like. When in the video in question, and I mentioned this. I think you saw my reaction to this too. I
Yeah, I
think you
did.
were saying, but I was saying like I felt like you didn't get to the point with that one. Like I feel like you were building something, and I felt like it wasn't connecting. And there was a point where you said that it looked like the character didn't have an epiphany about like their choices, and I thought I didn't really see that in the criticism. But yeah, no, and that's like a specific thing. I'm not gonna harp on that.
No, you're right to criticize me on that, mainly because, well, and this is a fault on me, and I will gladly accept it. I do have a series where I do talk about the Yu-Gi-Oh girls and how they have faults in writing, and I did want to go more in depth with Blue Angel when I get to her series on that, because I'm gonna be honest, you'd be surprised like how many trends that keep happening in like the Yu-Gi-Oh series. Like you've got like the brainwashing of the young innocent woman trope all the time. It's like in every series right now, and it's like, why does this keep happening? Who in the world is okaying this? Like every time in every series, at one point or another, the main female lead will get either damsel in distress or will get hypnotized or brain controlled. You know what I mean? And it's like, these trends, they're starting to annoy me, and I don't normally I don't normally hate tropes because it depends on how they're done, but when the same tropes keep happening again and again and again in the same series, it kind of, gets on your nerves. But to get back to the actual point right here, no, I will admit I could have done a lot better in expressing my point with that, and whenever I get to that video where I do actually talk about her, I do want to basically go back and do a much better job at that. I will admit that I could have done a lot better at explaining that point, No,
and look, here's the thing. At the end of the day, it's one video with one of your examples I didn't totally get sold on, but that's not like, at the end of the day, that's like one small thing. It's not like it's not like something like, it's not something catastrophic is what I'm getting at, I think. There's one other super chat I want to read from. Oh, sorry, I cut you off there. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
There's one more super chat I want to read quickly from because I'm bored. I didn't watch Jujutsu Kaisen, but Jimmy from Mouthwashing is a great example of a hateable character.
Yeah,
especially with how the game ends. 100%.
Yeah, he was actually in one of my first videos of this year. That was in the Irredeemable Villains. I guess.
Vile.
I guess spoilers for Mouthwashing.
Yeah, if you haven't played it yet, do it now, please.
Yeah. Yeah, that game is really, really good story-wise. Gameplay-wise, a little dry, but that's the elitist gamer me talking,
Well, there's some games that, like, I think with horror, and it's something I have an issue with some horror games I can get into, but I'll hold back on it for now. But
well, I mean,
I just wish there were fewer that were walking simulator-y.
Oh,
like, I think, like,
yes,
I mean,
yes,
yeah.
Dude, I am so happy to hear you say that because, like, I made like a video like years ago which took off where I talked about like the problems with horror games, and it's like I love where you get like first person perspectives, but a lot of the times it is just walking simulators with a different coat of paint, And
100%.
And I hate the fact that sometimes the games don't let you fight back, especially like, you ever play like Outlast or seen the gameplay and stuff?
Yeah, I played Outlast. I like Outlast, but I think like that's like the cusp of where I like my helplessness, like in terms of gameplay, like because you can at least hide, you can at least do a few things to like. Yeah. But there are other games where it's like you can't do anything. You just kind of walk from point A to point B.
Yeah, like going back to Outlast, like. I'm not saying like pick up a steak and jam it into the first inmate's face. No, you can have things like a pushing mechanic. Like, you know how like in the Resident Evil remakes where you get caught by a zombie and you have like a tool that you can use to basically get yourself free, but it's a limited item and such? Stuff like that could have been implemented very well in like a game like Outlast. And that would have made the gameplay a lot more interesting because then you have like other resource management, because in that you basically have like bandages and batteries. Why not have something like, I don't know, like a clump of dirt or something like that you can just throw into a person's eyes while they're dragging you around,
100%. It's actually funny. I was watching a video the other night about Clock Tower, which is a game I haven't played in a very long time. I played like a fan translation of it.
Which
but,
one? Which Clock Tower? Are we talking
the original one? The original, the first one. I did play the second one too, but the first one I have more vivid memories of.
Man, that was a messy series when they brought it over to the West, you know?
Oh yeah, I think they only just recently brought over the first game like in an official capacity. Because I played a fan translation through totally legal means. but no, like you gotta pirate everything. But like the thing is, like in terms of what I'm getting at is that they have the sanity meter. It's not called a sanity meter, but it's basically a sanity meter where you can knock back the Scissorman's attack, but it's going to cost you a lot of sanity.
Yeah.
And likewise, there's not a whole lot of like physical threats in the game necessarily, but it's more like this horrifying thing will hit you like it's like an attack on your health meter. So it de-emphasizes combat and evasion and more like not resource management, like more like puzzle solving and all that, which is still gameplay. Like there's still a component of gameplay there. So even if you don't want to be like super combative, but I also love how Silent Hill 2 does it, where the original game, the new one has better combat because it's a more polished game, but the original one, whether by design or accidentally, the gameplay is very rough and clunky and not really easy to figure out. And because of that, combat's challenging. It's clumsy and awkward, and you get in the headspace of someone who doesn't know how to fight. Having to fight off these things that like are so insurmountable. I think that's really cool, even if it's like, it's a little clunky in times, but I think it's interesting how even not so great gameplay can result in a really great experience in a game.
Limitations can really do a number of creativity right there. I think we should probably move on to the next topic, which I believe it's my turn to throw on the table.
Go for it.
Before you do, we do have a couple more super chats on Anthony's side.
All right, well, let's read them real quick. I don't think we'll have discussions from these, but I think we can talk.
No, they're just basic shout outs. Shadowlance comes back again with a Yu-Gi-Oh statement. Crow is a part of that because he exists to replace Akiza. I don't know anything about Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah,
so I'll assume you'll understand that.
I get it.
And then we have one more. This is from Glitchy Glitch saying, "I'm sorry I'm late. YouTube didn't notify me that the stream was starting. I look forward to how this is gonna go. Also, fun fact, I've watched both of you, Manga and Anthony. Anyways, have fun."
Yeah. Oh, thank you so much. Nice. No, I'm glad you caught it now at least.
Yeah. All right. So here's my question, Anthony. When you were basically...
I'm so sorry, but people don't want us to continue because another super chat just came in.
This is the last one. We're cutting it off after this. We'll go to the questions by after.
After this, we are waiting to read super chats after this last one.
Yeah. And I want some super chats.
This is by. I think you can turn them on your side.
I mean,
I know you said you don't normally do YouTube.
No, I can see super chats right here. You have one.
Yeah, I got one from Wave, and it's like I'm trying to figure out because I'm trying to bait my audience. Okay.
To get them, what you want to do is you hit live. Oh no, I guess you can't do that. Okay, never mind. There should be a section for funded chat where you can see all the funding on the top.
I'm trying
corner.
to I get what you're saying. It's just like I'm trying to basically get I'm just trying to have people, I'm just trying to bait people into giving me the super chats,
Oh, I see. I see. I didn't know your game at first. Now I'm starting to see it.
Yes, now you know my game, you rogue.
There you go.
I'll help both of you out too. The best way to, if you're not very technically literate, the best way to support both of the artists here is to subscribe to my Patreon at Madeline May. Madeline May, $5 gets you a bonus, $10 gets you a bonus. It's the best way. Anyway, we're gonna read two. Okay, now there's a second one that came.
All right, we're cutting off to this one.
Last two. Okay, so this is a super chat from Baichi Apiodera. I hope I'm saying that right. Oh, one of our mods.
Yeah.
Hot take. Until Dawn original release is the best survival horror Telltale style game by that studio. The Dark Pictures anthology, on the other hand.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Yeah,
Until Dawn's fantastic.
Until Dawn had a lot of great stuff going for it in its original release,
100%. I like that one.
And I'm going to read one more. This is by Adrian Parchman, who says, "Well, in fairness, it just depends on what you're looking for in a show. If you don't care about certain parts, like how female character development and the story in general, I think they're saying that if you don't care about the female character development, that's because that's not what you're looking for on the show. That's not a problem for the viewer, which is a very interesting statement. We don't have to talk about it, but that's a very interesting statement. Super chat.
I mean, he's not wrong. If you don't care about female development, then female development won't matter from a critical standpoint.
We don't care about you. How about that? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That's a joke. That's a joke.
Anyway, so now, Manga, what are you going to say for the next topic?
Okay.
Sorry.
I do have a juicy one, but I want to save that for later because, it's basically what I talked to you about earlier in the chat, but I feel like we're a little too early for that one right now and not enough booze in our systems.
That's fine.
All right. So my question is, Anthony, what do you consider to be one of the most important things to look forward when you are basically examining a piece of media? Like, whether it be games or movies, what is the one thing you look for, like at a snap's pace, that you want to really look into and sink your teeth into?
That's a good question. Honestly, well, I could give some vague answer and go like, well, it's the idea of the story, For me, it usually for me comes back to character. That's the thing I often grab hold of first in the narrative. If there are, and there's some works out there that and they're great works, but I don't like any of the characters. And not to say I don't like them, I can't get them sometimes. Some characters, they're very obtuse when you follow a story. If there's a character who I can like connect to or relate to or understand, I'm much more invested in the story than otherwise. And there's a good example of that would be one of the reasons why I've always loved the character Spider-Man. Very easy example right there, is that all the characters are so interesting. They're all so rich and so dynamic, and the dynamic with each other is really compelling. And the villains are often foils of Spider-Man. I love that dynamic, and it's very easy for me to grab hold of. Same with X-Men. Whereas someone like, say, Wonder Woman, as much as I love Wonder Woman as a character, I don't love the cast of characters around Wonder Woman. I don't think she has a lot. I think, honestly, one video I've been toying with a lot lately that I might turn into a full script, I don't love any of Wonder Woman's villains all that much. And that keeps me from getting into her comics all that much. Because if I can't like who she's fighting or can't get why she's fighting them, I just don't get into the comic. And there's exceptions, of course, but if you look at the characters who you usually gravitate towards, even the bad ones, there's a element to them where you get them, and there's a humanity to them where you're absorbed into it. Even if you find it revolting, even if you find it antithetical, you still come closer to it. With Wonder Woman, I feel like a lot of her characters I feel like a lot of writers have struggled with her characters for some time.
Yeah, like the only character I can really recall off the top of my head is Cheetah,
Yeah, Cheetah, Ares, and
wasn't Hercules
Circe.
also one?
Hercules is, but again, the problem there is it's basically just mythology's Hercules. It's not very distinct. You've seen this character before elsewhere, and then Marvel has a Hercules who's more distinct. So it's like even then you're like, well, I can just go to Marvel and read about Hercules, and I like him more, And even like characters like, say, the Green Lanterns. You have a ton of those characters, and some of them I love, some of them I don't care about. Like I don't like. I love Jon Stewart. Hal Jordan's memorable. I have no feelings about Guy Gardner at all. Like, just doesn't. I don't like him.
The best line in that one Green Lantern cartoon, the 3D one, basically, when they go, Jon Stewart, what, the Daily Show guy?
It's great. Like a nice little thing right there. It's like a fun little element.
It's just kind of weird that like Jon Stewart is canon in the DC universe.
I feel like they have to though. Like at that point in time, like you can't not make that joke. It's
yeah. Like
a Michael Myers and Mike
Limo
Myers
was actually canon in what I think it was like that Smallville comic,
Mm-hmm.
Then again, Smallville was just like really weird,
Smallville was strange because it tried to be like realistic for a while, and then became like a CW drama like Dawson's Creek, but with Superman.
Oh no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking like that one comic. I know when Kara went over it, it was like that one pseudo one where it had like the creator of like Captain Planet as one of the main characters, and he had a karate chop.
Oh, you're talking about Marvel?
Yeah, yes. Sorry,
Marvel.
Yeah.
Oh God, Marvel.
Yeah.
That's something I gotta revisit because that comic is insane.
You should do that for April Fool's Day.
I have an April Fool's Day joke actually in mind. I actually do have an April Fool's Day joke. A couple people are in on it, but I haven't publicly revealed it yet. Trust me, it's my April Fool's Day stream will be very funny.
Nice.
I think, or it'll get me copyright struck off the internet. Who knows?
I mean, that'll still be funny in some regard, I guess.
Yeah, I'd still laugh. But when I get to that, you'll know what it is. It'll be good, I think.
Yeah.
Although it may take a couple weeks for it to come back after being copyright struck potentially.
No,
But we'll see.
Yeah.
But no. But just to wrap up the question there on my end, but when you take that off of superheroes, you go to a work that's totally original. Because at least with superheroes, you have a whole universe. I think one of the greatest books I've ever read where I don't care about the characters is The Road. Cormac McCarthy's The Road.
Mm-hmm.
It's a masterpiece, but the characters are very archetypical. It's a father and a son, and you identify with them because they're the father and the son, and you kind of you see yourself in their journey. But the characters aren't super fleshed out. It's more in relation to the whole world that makes them so relatable. And it's something that's so compelling because you kind of forget that these characters aren't really super developed, but because you're so immersed in the overall narrative, you forget that. And I think that's one interesting thing too, that even though characterization, I think, is one of the most important things, it's not, if it's missing, a work can still be really good. It just, you need to make sure that everything else is like doing the extra legwork, I think. Mm-hmm. But no, so I'll toss the same question to you.
Well, again, I'm going to go with the subjective because it depends, because I'm trying to get back into mostly talking about video games, because while I do love talking about, like, animation, I really don't want to be in that whole thing of, like, cartoon reviewers, because, oh boy, that comes with its own baggage right there, you know what I mean?
Especially lately, I've noticed, unfortunately.
Yeah. Like, I saw your Blue Sky tweet about, like, a certain, like... Yeah, I know.
Misanthrope. Yeah, exactly.
I knew him too, unfortunately.
I don't know how any of you guys dealt with that guy. He just seems like a real jerk. I'm sorry, but like...
Well, I mean, that's kind of why I cut him off years ago, but anyway.
Oh, yeah.
But back to the point, like, going to games, like, while I do agree characters right there, I love to see the world as a character as well. Like, if you have a really beautiful world that I can just get immersed in, that's something that I would love. And yeah, the characters, they also good. Like, one of the best things, like, I remember someone saying, like, the world itself must be its own character. Like, for example, if we take, for example, Final Fantasy X and its world of Spira, I love the whole idea of, like, there used to be this huge, like, technocracy, like, paradise that got wrecked by a giant sea god with its dandruff, and it just was like, and just going around all these like islands and all these very unique locations, especially of like each one had its own personality, and it's just like so magical, and I just loved learning more about it, and I wanted to learn more about the world. And then we got like this one blue-haired veiny guy named Seymour talking about, I will destroy Spira, I will save it. It's like
great stuff.
I have maybe a super chat here that kind of delves into what we're talking about.
Shoot.
Mm-hmm.
This is because I'm bored. Asking, I guess this is for both of you. What about Junji Ito's work? Since the characters are more vehicles to explore the horror taking place in the story, and I want to kind of add my own question to that as well.
Go ahead.
Because as an addition to that, because we've been talking about this idea of like the things we like and don't like. We're also talking about things being good, quality, bad. Like these are kind of all the questions that are coming up. Plus, hearing, like for instance, terms like walking simulator being used as a pejorative, in all of these other things. So I guess my question is, do you think that there are, I don't know, elements or decisions, tropes, however you want to define it, that could be considered bad or lesser on their own versus others? Like the existence of something is inherently a bad or good thing? Or do you think that it all depends on the context in which it was used?
I think let's start with the Junji Ito one first, then we can move on to that second one, because that's a much heavier topic with a lot of weight
it's kind of
behind it.
related to asking, like,
No.
you know, these kind of broad statements, because you mentioned in your talk, Anth, about The Road, how you liked it, but it had shallower characters, so maybe there's more of an intention placed. That's just kind of my thoughts on where maybe y'all can talk about.
Absolutely. Manga, since you were talking, you cover that one first, because I feel like it would be unfair for me to just start talking right when you were starting again.
So we're talking like the Junji Ito stuff, or the...
Let's do Junji Ito first, because I think that's easier.
Start with the Junji Ito.
Yeah,
one
it's
of
more
my
related to
favorite
what we're talking about, too.
Like-
Especially what you're talking about, too, with world
Well,
building.
I'm going to say this. I do love Junji Ito's works, and I feel like his animation was kind of screwed over.
Multiple times.
Yeah. But
Every time it's been screwed.
Yeah. The thing is, like, with Junji Ito, I love basically how he's able to encompass both his writing and into the creepy atmosphere that he makes with the manga panels. It's just enough to basically really give you that nightmare fuel that just sticks with you for days. Even the more tamer stories or the more surreal ones, they just stick with you. Like, I remember that, like, with Uzumaki right there, I remember the time where they had, like, a hair fight with, like, all those curls, and that just stuck with me for some reason. I don't know why.
Oh, it's great. It's like such a good like Uzumaki especially has so many like visceral images. It could just mix and match, and it's the same spiral. It's one concept, and they find hundreds of ways to reinterpret that narrative. It's fantastic.
Yeah, like, I'm also reminded of that one other story, like, it's that one Death Star...
Oh yeah, Renee. I forget. I know what you're talking about with the stars coming, and it's like, oh, you know, they have the whole cults and everything on Earth, and they sacrifice someone, and it's like, no, it's just a big planet. Yeah.
Yeah, and then it was like all that when they got to that actual dead that one planet that was trying to eat them, it was just like all this visceral stuff going on here, and it was just so creepy, and it just like gave me nightmare fuel, and I loved it for so long, you know.
Hellstar Remina. So thanks, Sai.
Yeah.
Sai for the save there. No, 100% agree with you on that one. That story's fantastic.
Oh yeah.
For me, though, when it comes to Junji Ito, the ones that I always find stick with me more are the short ones, like the real brief and quick ones. Like there's, of course, the Fault in Amigara Falls. The Fault in Amigara Falls, I think it is, where it's like there's a big fissure, and you have the cliff face that's exposed, and it's a bunch of human holes in there, and everyone's just drawn to those holes. And you know, there's something that's so eerie, and I think the least scary part of that story is ironically the last image, which should be the thing that makes you jump. But it's, for me, it's the sense of obsession and dread that Junji Ito layers in all these scenes. There's something so unsettling about it. And there's one other story he did, and I forget what it's called. I could tell you the plot of it, but I remember one distinct visual especially, where it's like there's the guy in the bed, and he has like all the brains of his ancestors like spiraling out of the back of his skull, and it looks like a centipede of like human scalps just extending from the back of his head. And it's such a disturbing visual, and it's so unsettling. And what's so clever about, I think, Junji Ito's art, in my opinion, is that he's able to make it so that these images seem so naturally placed, and the way the panels are structured, it's like, okay, it's like a perfect horror buildup where you don't want to turn that page, but you know you have to, and it's like, oh, it's so clever. I love it. Really gets atmosphere perfectly. Just I could go on about that one. Oh, he's fantastic.
By the way, there's a game I want to recommend to you. It's called World of Horror. It's a really old pixelated game that's not too old, I guess, but it's actually done in the style of like retro graphics, but also has like that Junji Ito feel to it with its like cutscene art, and it's really, really good.
Oh, I love it. I love it already. You've sold me. Pixel art and Junji Ito style. You've sold me already. Yeah. I if it's the game I'm thinking of, I've never played it, but I might be thinking of something totally different, which I love.
I mean, you can look on Steam right now, look it up right now, and see if it's there.
I say the name again. I'm gonna cheat right now and do it.
Quick super chat shout out because it's relevant. Sauciness saying, "I love Ito's adaptation of No Longer Human." Which I've also heard is very good. I would second that one.
It's fantastic.
We have a couple of like just little super chats. Do you want to answer?
Let's
them
hold them off.
Let's
hold off to the end of this discussion first.
We gotta talk about what you brought up. You know.
Yeah, there's still that.
I want to hear. This is something that I think about a lot as a video essayist and media analyst. So I'm curious to hear what you all think on it.
Can you repeat the question just to make sure I'm not leaving anything out?
So I guess my question is because you were talking about like that you, Ant, for instance, enjoy characters and also just kind of this larger discussion like I hate when this happens or I hate when that happens and all of these things with different elements. And I guess my question is do you think that there are elements in media or just like certain tropes, ideas, concepts that are inherently good or bad or lesser or greater, or do you think it really just depends on the context in which said elements are used in?
I'm going to take the weak answer to this one and say usually it depends, but some tend to be less interesting on average than others, but anything can be done well, is my opinion, which I think is like the lame escaping answer, but I think that's the best way of putting it, because you know, with some works, there's tropes out there that I think on average are terrible, but sometimes they do it really well. And I'm trying to think of an example off the top of my head. I think one example. What was it?
Women in refrigerators?
Yeah, that's a good example, actually. Yeah, perfect example, I think. Most often that trope's terrible. Like, it's usually done really poorly. It's usually very frustrating, especially if you like the character, because she's cut her whole storyline ends prematurely. And it's done for someone else's motivation, and she's never really comes up ever again. She's not super relevant. But there are a couple exceptions. And I think one great example of that is Gwen Stacy.
Mm-hmm.
I think she's one of the occasions where, yes, do I think the way it was originally written might have been problematic? Yeah, of course. It could have been done better, I think. But the death wasn't just... It was by design so shocking. And part of the story was then how everyone else around her reacted. People forget this, that the Gwen Stacy death did not just affect Spider-Man, it affected everyone. Mm-hmm. Spider-Man did not commit revenge. In fact, he holds himself back from committing revenge against the Green Goblin in the next storyline. So already, yes, it furthered his storyline, but it also cut off a storyline for him. Mary Jane, her whole arc was affected by that. And because Norman Osborn was killed at the end of that storyline, Harry's arc changed as well. And people forget that immediately after that storyline started the Jackal storyline. So because of the Gwen Stacy death, you got the Punisher, you got the Jackal, you got Hammerhead, you got all that gang war stuff in New York. There's a lot of really cool stuff they did with that world right afterwards, because multiple people were affected by this tragic, senseless death. And more so, the most important reason why I like that one, as opposed to other stories, is that the person who killed Gwen Stacy technically was Spider-Man. Technically. Because the way he caught her on the web, it snapped her neck at the sudden stop at the bottom of the fall. And there's something so heartbreaking about that. There's something so tragic and deeply unsettling that someone, when trying to save your life, could be the one who kills you. And that's not easy. It's not always it's not a great trope. It's usually really badly done. But whether intentionally or accidentally, that death, I think, worked where others did not, in my opinion. What do you think, Manga? What do you think? Do you think same vein? Do you think something different?
I tend to agree with that, because I've talked about both women in refrigerators, and I've also talked about the damsel in distress, which are typically seen as probably some of the worst tropes that have been executed in our time, from what I've seen, of course. But from my point of view, it really all depends on what the trope is being used for and how often it's used. Like, I talked about earlier how, like, brainwashing in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Franchise is a trope that's used constantly, and honestly speaking, like, if it's done in, like, a single series, like, all the time, or basically in a conjoined universe, then I can see that being much of an issue for, like, tropes that are bad for that. Because I can understand, to some extent, that you need to have the plot going, you need to use, like, some device right here, but you gotta be able to use it correctly. Like, every tool can be used in the right way and a wrong way, in that sense. Like, yeah, you can use a wrench to hammer in a nail, but it ain't gonna be that pretty to do, you know?
100%.
That's an interesting analogy. Can you elaborate on that? The wrench versus the hammer. Do you really think it is like that? I don't know. That's just a very interesting analogy for me. If you can explain more on that.
Yeah, no problem. Like, again, it depends on what the trope you're using here and how you execute it, because let's go for... I'm trying to think of a good example for how we can really... one that's actually pretty good. Let's go for, like, mentor dying, for example, okay? Like, that's a common trope that a lot of people tend to like, tend to dislike, tend to be on the fence about, you know, because mentor figures, for the most part, they tend to be very stalwart characters that people can like. Like, take, for example, Rengoku from Demon Slayer. I wouldn't say he's full on a mentor, but he did have, like, that mentor energy going on there.
Yeah, and it's tragic.
Yeah.
It really, it feels like a gut punch when it happens. And I honestly I kind of didn't see it coming when I first was reading it. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, because it kind of comes out of nowhere that this upper demon comes out of the woodwork, really. Because your only focus is basically on the train demon, and you don't really expect, like, this big guy to just show up out of nowhere. This Disc 2 boss that pops out of the thin air, and
Yeah.
you can there's an argument to be made that it's both done well and done poorly. Done well because it does have an emotional gut punch, because even though there wasn't a lot of time, there was a lot of setup for, like, Rengoku's character. Like, oh, this is a pretty cool guy, and we actually see stuff happening after his death. But you can also make an argument that it's done poorly because it's not really foreshadowed enough to basically, you know, there weren't any flags that signify, oh shit, he's gonna die right now.
And, you know, actually, with that as well, I have something to add to that as well. Not with Rengoku specifically, but like in that idea, in that same ballpark. Sometimes you can make something deliberately unsatisfying to make a point. Like, some media deliberately avoids giving you satisfaction of seeing what you want to see.
Oh yeah.
To make a point. I think a great example of that, using an anime example, is the original Evangelion. A lot of that series is unsatisfying by design. It doesn't show you the things that you want to see, and if it does show you it, doesn't show you in the way you want to see it.
Yeah.
And not to spoil too much with End of Eva, which is at this point almost 30-year-old movie, which is crazy to think about. Like 25 years roughly. No, not less than that. More than that. But there's a certain scene in the movie where Gendo Ikari says something and his dialogue's muted, and they never tell you what he said. Like, people have theorized what he said. Some people think they know what he said, but you never find out. They never try to tell you, and that unsatisfying angle is what is so satisfying about it, because it's so, you feel so unfulfilled that you never hear that statement, and it's made this to a character who's about to get killed, and they do get killed shortly thereafter. It's so unsatisfying, but so, like, it makes you think. It makes you come back to it.
Yeah.
Which I think is really cool.
Yeah, getting back to what we were originally talking about with, like, the wrench and hammer analogy right there.
Oh, yeah.
Because, like, the point is, it can still work. It just doesn't fully fit is the thing right here. Because sometimes, like, it kind of goes back to what I was talking about with, like, Adam. Like, yeah, you can get the job done, but it can be set, but it doesn't really work all that well, or it's not supposed to be done that way. Like, again, you're not supposed to use a wrench to basically hammer in a nail. You're supposed to use a hammer for that. And I guess maybe that analogy could probably be a little messy in that regard, but it's like, it gets the job done, and so long as you're actually aiming correctly, you can still have a project that still works pretty well in that regard, because so long as you don't miss, you can actually hit it, because even if you're using a hammer and you miss the nail, you can still damage your table in that regard.
Can I ask the obvious follow-up question to that analogy is, what would you consider the hammer to be?
The hammer would be the trope, if I'm being honest right here.
So is the nail so is the nail then
basically the outcome?
Nail's the outcome. So
yeah, that makes
like
sense.
Your goal is to basically nail the hammer into, like, the piece of wood.
Well, my thinking is that if you're using again, it's an analogy. We're kind of splitting hairs on this, but like
it's a fun analogy though. I like it.
My thought on this. No, I think it's interesting, because the thought on this is, if there's a hammer, that means that there is a quote unquote correct or better tool for the job, right? So if a trope that's bad is a wrench, then is a hammer either a trope that's good? Is it a completely new idea? Is it a complete what? How do we differentiate the tools
I wouldn't really
that people
say,
are using to get their point done?
I wouldn't say it's more of a correct. I say it's something that's more specialized for the outcome you're trying to get. Like, we brought up both like the damsel in distress and the women in refrigerators trope, which you technically can really relate those two because they do kind of have a similar effect where it propels the guy to do I'm just using like the general term right here,
Yeah.
that propels the guy to take action in some regard, either for revenge or either to just save the girl. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, exactly. It has ultimately speaking, the male character is still motivated by the actions taken to the female character. The female character is an object that the antagonist is acting upon. Yeah, that makes total sense.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I would ask that again. One last point. I guess if any of you could maybe provide examples of hammers, because we know what a wrench looks like by this analogy. What would be an example of a hammer? It could be multiple hammers. There can be 100 hammers. 100 hammers.
There's like hundreds of hammers out there.
Well, there's the wall. The wall has a lot of hammers.
With hundreds of hammers. Yes.
No. You want to take this? I can think of an example too. Do you want to take this one first?
I mean, I went first last time, so if you want to go for it, go for it.
All right, cool. I think an example I'm thinking of would be, again, it's the difference between the scalpel and the bazooka. I think an example would be the... okay, here's an example. In the movie Terrifier 2, there is a scene...
Great start.
Oh, great start. Art the Clown kidnaps a kid.
Wasn't expecting that example, but okay then.
Welcome to my channel. I mix up, I mix up children's media with like extreme horror on a regular basis. I don't know. I'm a very sick person. I guess I'm going with that one. In Terrifier 2, he kidnaps a kid. That motivates the main character to get into the final battle location of the movie. But he also horribly, violently murders another character to get in position to kidnap the kid. So, in one case, I would say the hammer is the violent murder of all that, and the kidnapping is the wrench. It's the more specific. There's the emotional resonance with who the kid is in relation. It's the main character's brother, if I remember correctly. So there's that kind of emotional crux there. He's not dead, so he can still be saved. It's like that kind of like, that he's a threat. It's that kind of idea that, okay, he's a very specific element. He's a specific component. Here's how it motivates us to go to step B. That's, I think, the wrench. The hammer is, let's just murder everyone in the movie. Because it's like, okay. I mean, you gotta motivate the main character to attack the villain if everyone's been eviscerated, but like, it's not like subtle. That's my thought process. But as you are.
I have an example, and I'll go for one that's a little bit more general. Final Fantasy VII.
Oh, great example.
Yeah.
Right there.
Like, if we start the game off, we're basically having, we're against Shinra. We're a mercenary hired to basically blow up and commit terrorism to save the world. And that's what I would consider the wrench, because that is a motivator, but it's not really one that would be personable. But then when you're introduced to, Aerith and the other characters, that's who I would consider to be more of the hammer for motivation. That's when things start to get a lot more personal for people to get into the game,
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, 100%.
It sounds to me, and you can correct me if I'm wrong about this, but to me, and maybe you agree with this, the hammer, is it possible for the hammer and the wrench to change depending on who's using it? Like someone's hammer could be someone's wrench and vice versa?
Yeah, of course.
I'd say so. Yeah, that makes total sense. Yeah, I agree with that.
Sorry, I just got a big super chat apparently.
Wait, who did?
I did, yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. Go for it.
Okay. What are your two thoughts about people judging works from a certain cultural and national point of view? Like how Japan feels pressure to cater to their works to the Western standards because of the judgment of America and Europe. Now, this is something that actually is kind of topical because we had the creator of Super Smash Brothers, and I basically tweeted about it, asking people some things about it. Basically, Masahiro Sakurai basically talking about, I can send you the tweet right there, so that way I don't have to. You can read at your leisure.
I remember this story. I'm a big Smash Bros. Fan, so I remember the story. Yeah.
But just for Ant's sake, here you go. Here's the tweet.
Oh, cool. Let me read this out loud real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just going to read it verbatim right
voice,
here.
in my opinion.
Oh, thank you. A while ago, there was certainly a culture of making Americanized products because various works were popular in the US. However, I feel that Japanese game lovers overseas are not looking for such things, but for something unique and interesting from Japan. In other words, I think that the ideal would be to make games the way you like, as those who agree with you will enjoy them. Yeah, I agree with that.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
you know, it's fun. It's funny too. Like in that same ballpark of discussion, I'm doing a video right now where we're going into I'm going into anime preservation, like the preservation of media for Japan, for anime and stuff like that. And like the reoccurring sentiment of everyone I talk to seems to be, and you know, there's a lot of people who are politically aligned with my opinion, so it's not like it's, you know, necessarily like people who you think stereotypically might be more, oh, let's go, you know, it's a different perspective. Everyone agrees, yeah, it was better when creators could tell their vision and their idea the way they want to tell it. You know, because the problem is, and this is something I criticize about Disney all the time, and I want to emphasize this with a caveat that when I say Americanized, I mean a very specific thing. I mean the marketing perspective of what Americans want, like the 4-quadrant filmmaking kind of appeal to everyone, but appeal to no one kind of mentality. The best shows every season, it's the stuff that is made with a unique vision. And that unique vision can be anything. Like it could be, I think one of the better shows from a few years ago that stands out to me, even like, you know, years later, it was Yuri on Ice. Like that show was really good.
I remember that.
And it was good because it was a very specific idea with a very specific hyper focus from the creators. And it didn't give a really care. I mean, it did conform to, you know, policies on TV or whatever, but like for the most part, it was a very unusual sports series. Not unusual. It was like a very atypical sports series that I think worked. And listen, you can make arguments that, oh, hey, maybe it was too with an international audience in mind because it had so many international characters. Okay. It was not the 19th isekai series that like appeals to like the same demographic, but with diminishing returns each time. Cause it's like, hey, here are all the tropes you like. Here are the boxes we got to fill. And I feel like that, and like with isekai, it's easy because the genre is so saturated with cookie cutter copies, but that same approach applies to everything. Like it's not like isekai is just an easy thing to point at because it's so apparent. Like you can point it out in shonen, you can point it out in romance, you can point it out in video games, like all of it. There was a time that Capcom refused to do a bunch of their iconic franchises because they didn't think it would perform well overseas because a couple of the games weren't marketed well and didn't do that well.
Yeah,
you know,
they turned them into pachinko machines.
Exactly. That and Konami, forget it. Also, them too.
Oh yeah.
But that's the same idea. It's horrible. I hate that. Like, and again, people think that I'm gonna say, "Oh no, we got to appeal to the Americans." No, make the whatever you want. Make it good. You know, make it compelling and meaningful. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, like to branch off your point, I'm often reminded of the Yakuza series really here because, especially with Yakuza 0, they took a chance by bringing it over to the West because like Yakuza after like a few series was basically dropped in the Western world and such. But when Yakuza 0 came out, I think there was just like all this. It was just like a culture shock to a lot of people, which is great because sometimes like it really is in depth. Like Yakuza, well, I wouldn't say is the most, you know, accurate when it comes to Japanese culture to a T. It does introduce a lot of people to things, especially since it was during the 80s when cash was high in Japan, and it really got me interested in that era of Japanese culture, you know.
100%.
Yeah, and it's like, yeah, I do believe that some cultures do have to have like their own unique thing, and they shouldn't. And I think this also ties into a clip I sent you with Neil Druckmann as well, basically talking.
Yes.
That was good. Because I'm of two minds of this. Because yes, creators should be allowed to create whatever the hell they want, and they shouldn't care what like some people who dislike their work. Although I do disagree somehow with a little bit of that, but the point is, like, I'll get to that in a sec. Creators should be allowed to create what they want so long as they're not doing anything, you know, purposely offensive, like, I don't know. And I had to learn this the hard way because I'm making a creature monster and I wanted to incorporate Wendigos, but people kept telling me, no, don't do that, you're going to get killed online. It's like, okay, I see what you're talking about.
there's got to be like a balance sometimes.
Yeah,
Like when
exactly.
it's with that, it's like that's like someone. It's like if someone made like to use an example that I think everyone would know. If someone made a Jesus movie where Jesus like did like I don't know. Actually, now that I think about it, there's very little you can do to Jesus they haven't done already on film.
I mean, I remember that.
But
one
like something
time
offensive or something.
Like I remember that one time they made Abraham Lincoln into a vampire hunter.
That was fun. Yeah. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Strangely, I'm okay with that because it's just so ridiculous.
Yeah. Like, I mean, if you just want to like Jesus, just look towards South Park where they made him into the Matrix. They made him Neo, the One.
Which is great.
Yeah.
South Park is hilarious.
Yeah.
Or like they have him fight Santa Claus in the very first.
Oh yeah.
I mean, actually, you know what a good example would be the Last Temptation of Christ, which I think is a great movie, but like definitely pissed off some people by going against what they thought they should ever. And it's one of those things where out of context, it sounds worse than it really is, but like the movie does do a few things that are very controversial. I think it works in the film, but like if you heard that in isolation, it sounds very offensive and sounds exploitative. But going back to Yakuza, you know what I was thinking too of when you mentioned Yakuza? Did you ever see the movie? It's a Takashi Miike film from Japan, Ichi the Killer.
Yes,
what?
I have.
Yeah.
I actually owe like No More Heroes to introduce me to Nikkei.
Miike is great.
Oh,
I
yeah.
blame, of all things to blame on getting introduced to Miike, it was Bravo TV.
Really?
Because they did a special a while back when I was like a teenager. It was like 100 scariest movies, and Audition was one of the ones.
They showed it to me in college. It is considered culturally significant. Yeah.
Audition? Oh yeah, Audition's great.
No,
Audition.
Ichi the Killer. I took a class
Ichi the Killer
on the
too.
evolution. Yeah, I took a class. I think it may have been Evolution of Violence in Cinema, and that was one of the films we watched.
Yeah, people showed.
I
actually had a class similar to that. They basically showed us Fight Club for that one right there.
That also works. That works too. They both are excellent films. I personally think Ichi the Killer is a little better, but I'm biased.
I mean, they kind of they serve their purposes for different ways. Like it's.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, you were saying before we get back to like the topic at hand.
Yeah. No, I was gonna say like with Yakuza, like that film is so distinctly Japanese. Like it's so embroiled in Japanese imagery, Japanese style of filmmaking, Japanese culture, that if you watch it and you try and look from the Americanized perspective of what's acceptable, what we tend to want to see in film, it completely flies in the face of that. But it has such a strong audience. That's all I was gonna say. Yeah, that's basically the gist of it.
Yeah, and here's where I'm gonna get back to like the Neil Druckmann thing in relation to this. While creators shouldn't worry about what they create, it really all depends on what you're making. For example, if you're trying, like, let's take for example like video games, you do have to have like a certain market in mind, and you do have to be careful about what you're going to put into it, because you don't want to risk alienating like an audience of sorts. Because I'm thinking this from a business perspective, because I agree from a creative perspective you should do what you want, but if you're going to be like in charge of like whole teams of developers and people, and you gotta pay them, you gotta take in consideration like the feedback from other people, because if it's just like a solo work, then yeah, go nuts, do whatever you want. But when it's like a group effort, you kind of have to consider like not just what your creative vision, but like the mouths you have to be responsible for to feed, you know?
I hear you there. That's what gets tricky too. And again, and that's why I don't totally fault like the 4 quadrants kind of perspective, where you want to. And by the way, those who don't know, 4 quadrants means appealing to older and younger men and women, like the 4 quadrants, so older, younger, male, female, and like kind of trying to appeal those big, broad demographics of people. So does it appeal to older women, but doesn't appeal to older men, based on marketing terms, not in terms of individual. In a 4 quadrant film, it appeals to adults and kids of all genders and persuasions. And it's very hard to do that because, you know, from a marketing standpoint, you can't market to everyone. Yeah. And if you do, you fail. But what I'm trying to get at with that is that 4 quadrant filmmaking, if it's successful, you feed those families. You feed the kids whose parents are working on the film or working on the game. And especially in games too, that industry is vicious. Like like you can make a game, you can do everything right and still lose your job. Like that to me is mind-boggling. Like the game can be a success. You can. It's awful. Yeah, I think the Marvel Rivals recently with the American team. I know it was a small team, but like that still sucks. Like for those people who lost their jobs.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah, it's awful. And not even getting into like like Suicide Squad Kills Justice League is not a good game at all. It's bad. It's a terrible game. You're not gonna hear me ever defend it. But the reason it sucked was because the fucking Warner Brothers guys were telling them to make the game a certain way. Like they kept sticking their hands in there and like pushing them to do a certain way.
Yeah, because this is Rocksteady, because they were the ones who made the Batman Arkham games, and it's like, why do live service? You got a team that made probably one of the most influential games of all time, Batman, Arkham Asylum, and the Arkham City games, you know?
And when you dig into it, you realize, oh, they didn't want to do this. That makes more sense now. Like, oh, they didn't want to make this game. Oh, they did point out they're not good at this. Oh, crud. Okay.
Well, this is just something I pointed out, and it's something I have to say. I did get a super chat, but it's not a question. It's something that I agree with. As an entertainer, you can do what you want, but it's also your job to entertain others. It's a balancing act.
That's true. I think, though, there are some filmmakers who can get away with not making something very entertaining, but, like, the audience that they... No, I was thinking, like, still good movies that aren't entertaining. But UA Bull is like a he's exploiting tax loopholes. He's not making movies.
Is it sad that I actually want to go to a boxing match with a guy?
He did. He made a lot. He did like a whole thing. It's all film.
I kind of want to get into a boxing match with a guy.
Oh no, I would like to fight him. I mean, now he's probably too old to like really be a good fight. I would still lose, but I could say he did it.
It's more for the novelty, really. It's like Jake Paul saying, "I beat Mike Tyson." It's like
basically,
that. Yeah.
Well, it's like the novelty of like, you know, if I ever met Harrison Ford, I'd want him to get angry at me. You know what I mean? It's that kind of novelty where you're like, I got yelled at by Harrison Ford. That's excellent. I feel good about this. You know, it's something like that.
It's like if there's someone known for something like yelling or hitting someone. Well, the only thing I don't think you want to do is get shot by someone, but
no, that wouldn't be on my list of things I'd be excited to do.
I'm sure there's someone out there who wouldn't mind being shot by a celebrity and go like, "Yay, I got the bullet. Will you sign my bullet, James?"
Well, that'd be like, what's his name? And not Alec Baldwin. Not making that joke again.
No.
Or the guy from The Crow. But
I mean, I was thinking
like
that
this.
Too, but...
Oh yeah, no. Well, that guy I feel bad for from The Crow. Like he really, he had no. He when he died on his obituary, they put the man who killed Brandon Lee just died. I'm like, but he didn't even do it. He was given the gun that someone else screwed up, and because the Weinstein's, that's a whole thing. I love The Crow, so I'm a little biased with that one.
No. But I think like if someone got hit with a lightsaber by Mark Hamill, I think they'd be happy with that. You know.
Who wouldn't? That sounds fun. except this is the real lightsaber. Then you're dealing with pain. Yeah. But in regards to an unsatisfying, not good movie, or not good, but not enjoyable movie, a great example of that would be some of the extreme cinema out there. Some of it makes you very uncomfortable to watch. I think Tetsuo the Iron Man is a good example of that. Ooh. Like it's not a particularly fun movie, but when you start watching it, you can't turn it off halfway through. You got to finish it. Like it's so out there.
North Star. Like it's not a bad movie. Like you can't find a good quality of it though nowadays. But it's like all that.
I like Fist North Star.
No, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying the quality of it is like, you know, since they lost the original film and such.
Yeah. And
it's like, oh man, God, things lost that sands of time, you know.
I'm still upset. You look back to like stuff that. Well, you look at like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. There's that one theatrical film they released. I think in the mid. Yeah, never came. They never released on home media, as far as I know.
Yeah, it's just. I think it's also the one that was released to like college students. They get to see it.
Mm-hmm. And it's like, yeah, don't you wish you were a college student in Japan at that time? Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, 100%. It stinks. Okay, I think we kind of wrapped up on that one. Yeah. Let's do some super chats, then we'll go on to the next topic. I'm just gonna open up all the super chats on my end.
Yeah, you got a bunch, Ant. I know that.
I got a few. I got a
couple too.
Yeah, you go with yours first. I'm gonna try finding the start of mine.
How would you judge a medium that is carried by atmosphere and vibe compared to the stand red genre films like the Butchered Electric State movie?
Electric State I haven't seen yet, the movie, but the book of that is fantastic.
Yeah.
The movie I've heard is not that good.
I think it's more like a bit of like I think the question is more like how would you judge a medium that has more style than actual substance in that regard?
Do you want to take that one first? Because I have thoughts on that.
I think you can have a film that it can have like a film or a game or anything like that that is basically style over substance, because sometimes you're not looking like it's like that whole thing where people say like, oh, just turn off your brain, you'll enjoy it. And I think, I guess for some mediums that does work. And I guess, I guess I have to say I'm one of those people that's like, I can barely turn my brain off when I sleep. It's why I have insomnia.
That's relatable right there.
But I think, I think if you're just looking for something that's like badass, you don't have to look at the deeper meanings, but that could be there. But it's not something I'd say is bad per se,
I think it depends. I think sometimes style is substance. I think.
Yeah, I remember
with some things. Yeah, I like talking about that sometimes. I think it's a cool topic to discuss. Where sometimes, on a plot standpoint, nothing really matters. None of it really makes sense. The writing is not that great, but it's so distinct in its aesthetic that you kind of go along with it. Like a good example of this, I think, would be something like, say, Eraserhead, David Lynch's Eraserhead, where none of it makes any sense. Like, you can try to wrap your mind around the allegorical messaging or whatever, and none of it totally adds up. It's all it's meant to make you feel paranoid. It's meant to make you feel on edge, and it accomplishes that, even though nothing about it makes logical sense. Or even like why people love Friday the 13th films. Like they're all dumb. Like they're not good movies.
Or like scary movies.
Oh well, there's some scary movies I think are really
like
good.
I'm talking like the scary.
The scary. Oh, like the Wayans Brothers ones.
Yeah,
exactly. It's the same concept. Like. You go in because you want to see what they deliver. For scary movies, it's the jokes. For Friday the 13th, it's the kills. Like, they're not well made. Oh, every film's a production, but they're not like specific, especially like particularly great. But they're fun. You enjoy them. That's what matters.
Like I can still say like you can get like the same effect for films that are well made, because one of my favorite films would have to be Bullet Train.
Bullet Train's really good. I was surprised with that one. I didn't expect to like it as much as I did.
Oh, it was
like I went in thinking like it's like Die Hard and a Bullet Train. It's great.
I mean, it has like, I'm pretty sure there's like deeper elements you could look into, but it's just like it's more like a fun ride, and I think that's kind of like it's got like this really good atmosphere and staging stuff like that. But it's a fun time at the end of the day, which I think is what the whole point was. I know that it's based on a book, which I'll admit I haven't read yet. I know, shame on me. But
how dare you?
I think those kind of films can really have a place, because there's a lot of style, a lot of flash, but it is substance, like you say, because style can be substance.
Yeah, I fully agree with that, and I think it's just good to get. And honestly, there's so many movies that are so heavy and depressing. Like you don't always want to. Yeah. You don't always need that. Like not everything needs to be Schindler's List. Sometimes you need just something that's dumb but entertaining.
Yeah, you need a Barbie movie. Anyway.
Oh yeah, yeah. I want to see Marley and Me every day. I want to see something different. Anyway, I got a couple super chats here. I'm going to read a couple real quick.
Go ahead.
Adrian Parchman. I think the problem with Wonder Woman is that she doesn't anything else about her, unlike Bruce Wayne and Clark Kent, who have an identity outside of the superhero persona to explore their character. Agreed. I feel like her persona shifts too often too. It's very unstable if you go through like decade by decade. They keep trying to make her interesting in different ways, but what they do is they undermine what makes her so interesting to begin with. Except for in the George Perez run, that's really good. The late George Perez did a fantastic run on Wonder Woman, following Crisis on Infinite Earths. That's the best run in my opinion.
All right, now here's a fun question. If you guys know Transformers, can you tell me your favorite Decepticons?
Starscream. That's the easiest answer.
I was going to say Starscream.
What?
Starscream.
Yeah.
Starscream's the best.
Look,
He's the best one.
I do like Transformers, but I kind of grew up with Beast Wars, so I'm more of like, I like the
oh hell yeah,
Raptor.
That's
hell
awesome.
Yeah, the rat one. I like the rat guy. I forgot it.
Rat Trap.
God, yeah.
I mean, there was just like a lot more personality with those guys, and that was like early CGI, and it was kind of like when you look back, it's like But
Well, that and like Reboot had some real.
I was gonna
janky
say
CG
Reboot. Those were my
good.
childhood. Yeah.
you know they
But
actually,
they were so
you
well
know they made a
made.
sequel to Reboot, right?
I know that they made it. I've never seen the
It
sequel,
is
but I
on
know
Net-
it exists.
Like the only thing good about that series, because they put actual humans in it, is that they upgraded Megabyte, and he actually looks pretty cool for the most part.
Yeah, but he's not Tony J though.
I
so
know,
that's,
I know.
so that's the downgrade there.
Yeah,
That's the issue. His voice is half the character.
I know.
I love watching Reboot and going, I have no idea what's going on. at any second.
Yeah, right. All right, there's a couple more super chats I'm going to speed through real quick. We read that. By Chiapio Dera, the Marvels comic handles the moment of Gwen's death. The Marvels being the comic specifically, handles the death of Gwen's very well. Where the hope for Spider-Man seemed to be broken in the populace. Yeah, again, the Marvels. So Marvels, the comic. If you've read that, is fantastic. It's like a snippet of iconic moments throughout Marvel history from the ground level. It's a great comic run with amazing Alex Ross art. Read it; it's fantastic. Because I'm bored. Thank you for super chat. I think It Was All a Dream is worse story wise. I think you can still do that well at times. There's some that do the It Was All a Dream really well.
Again, really all
I
depends
think-
on the setup, really.
Yeah, it really does. There's an example of a Nathaniel Hawthorne short story called Young Goodman Brown, which is a very strange story where the main character commits all these horrible actions, but he's like this good Christian, Protestant young man, and he's prides himself on being good and never sinning in his heart. And it turns out to be all a dream. But the idea of the story is that because he was dreaming it, he still thought he still didn't have all that goodness he believed he had in his heart if he came up with this dream where he did all these things. So it's like it's still like hits the message of the core crux of the story, but it's also unsatisfying because he didn't do, it's like, oh, none of that really happened. Or did it? It isn't as fun, I think.
Mhm.
And maybe like 5 people know what that is, so I feel like that's a very vague reference no one's gonna get. Adrian Parchman, remember MCU Quicksilver's ending, and I think in terms of unsatisfying moments, I thought that was really compelling. I thought it was a good bit.
Mhm.
Yeah, there's a few super chats. I'm very sorry, Manga. Let me speed through
No,
these
no,
real
that's
quick
fine.
and move on.
Let me read one. Let me read the last.
Oh, go
one.
for it.
Since we're talking about tropes, do dark fantasy and dark media rely on strong writing and well done tropes? If written well, is it dark instead of edgy, or is it just a preference, or both? Preference and good writing.
I think it could be any of those. It depends on the story, you know?
Mhm.
How would you define edgy versus dark, though, Manga, before I say my thought on that?
Edgy versus dark. Now that is a good thing because some people call me edgy because I got the Shadow the Hedgehog colors rocking right here.
That's fair. That's
Battle of the
valid.
Hedgehog, yeah.
By the way, there's some people in my comments who say your avatar is hot. I just figure you should know that.
Oh,
They're in all the comments say that your avatar is odd.
oh boy.
Probably the most.
I got a
common
few of
thing
those.
I've
I
read.
saw
Yeah.
It's the bicep. It's always the bicep. That's why I always draw biceps on my characters. But
Yeah, no comment about how my profile looks pretty.
No
Sexist,
one.
everyone.
Well, on my screen, you have the leather jacket on. There's no biceps on it, so
Well,
it's just going off the vibes of the glasses. And
Well,
It's
the-
abs. It's Ab City.
Well, in
Yeah.
There you
in
go.
my stream, it also doesn't help that I bounce around a little bit, and there's a little jiggle going on if you will pay attention.
We got
That is
jiggles?
valid.
I gotta check out your stream. All right.
Yeah, right.
I mean, and if you want, I can tell you what program I use. So that way, if you ever want to do like more animated streams like that, I can tell you what that program is.
Yeah, give me the jiggle stream if you can. That'd be
Yeah,
pretty
yeah,
cool.
I would love to, honestly.
yeah, give
'cause-
me the
It's just a simple
food
thing called
bouncing one.
PNG Tuber. You can actually find tutorials for it online really easy because it's a free program. You can get on itch.io.
Okay, I'll look into that because I know of it, but I've never gotten to use it. And
Oh,
I've
it's
always been like, oh yeah, I'm sorry, I cut you off there.
No. I was cutting you off. You go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, when it comes to visuals, that's my one problem. I can do the layout of these streams. That's my biggest, my shortcoming with these streams. I think the layout. I've always had trouble with that. But no, I appreciate it. PNG Tuber. I'll add that
Yeah.
to the list.
Yeah, I
And,
mean, you could probably just pay an
yeah.
artist to do like an avatar for you, and it's not that hard to really set up. Just gotta do it in parts, because each part is its own individual thing. But back to the edgy versus dark. I
Yeah,
think it's best to attribute it to. It's really hard because I remember this being a debate like a long time ago on the internet with like all those OCs with like the red hair, the red eyes, the white hair, basically copying Dante from Devil May Cry without any of the charm and goofiness.
Yeah. So like DMC Dante.
Okay, that...
Okay, first of all, I'm gonna say I hate to step in, but DMC is the best Devil May Cry game. I will not.
Madeline got fired as moderator. I'm very sorry.
I will not. That game is amazing.
Oh, yes.
It's so stupid. It's so fun. I love it.
I love
legitimately
using a gun.
I accept that.
I love using a gun to cause an abortion in someone.
That game is
amazing. The game is so stupid and knows it's stupid. I love it. I think it's a great game, personally.
I just remember like my roommate in college getting so tilted with the "fuck you" scene, where they just keep yelling "fuck you" back and forth,
amazing.
and he was so mad about it. It was so funny.
That scene, I was dying when I first played that scene. I was like, "This is the funniest thing I've ever seen."
Look,
and it's supposed to be funny.
Well, the scene is funny, but only if you put Dante as Dante, the demon slayer with the mustache, the dirty Sanchez mustache.
That would be interesting. That or like a weird Hulk Hogan mustache too.
There is actually a mod called Dante the Demon Slayer. It's just it's just basically taking the Spanish translation and putting it over Dante's lines, and everything else is in English, but he's just speaking Spanish and has a stupid mustache on his face.
Again, it's one of those things where like the combination of the right factors is so ridiculous.
I know. Like I'll admit, DMC does get a lot more hate than it should. I personally don't like the game. It's not really what I consider to be a great one, but I can see people do like it, obviously. And it makes me vomit in my mouth to say that, but I admit it anyway. But
I will say it's not the worst Devil May Cry game.
No, that's 2.
That's 2. 2 is the worst
Everyone
one.
agrees on that.
Well, that's funny because someone in the chat just said DMC 2 is the best one because he has
really?
Jack.
God damn! What is with all this blasphemy on this stream?
Oh, I gotta talk to my audience. I'm sorry. I gotta do a purge.
No, it's fine. Unironically, I did actually ask this question since I am working on Devil May Cry content in the next couple weeks. I did ask, give me your hot takes, and you would be surprised how many people are actually defending 2 and the remake and the DMC.
You know what it is? It's the
DMC is good. I understand that one. I understand that.
Oh, you're speaking a foreign language to me right now. I don't understand what you're saying right now. Sorry.
I will accept it as so bad it's good, entertaining, but like I would just rather play DMC 3 in that situation, or the first, or 5, or 4. Anything but that. I will say,
but yeah, that's what I consider to be more edgy than anything. When it's trying too hard to be like deep or dark, when it's trying way too hard, like give Shadow a gun and a motorcycle. That's real edgy to me.
I think cringy is where the darkness has no weight to it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like you read, I referenced this before, but The Crow, which is which I have up on my shelf right next to this bookshelf, so I'm pointing in that direction. The Crow is such a depressing, intense story, and every follow-up to The Crow is edgy and cringy and awkward because there's an authentic pain in that first story that's not replicated elsewhere. You can take the imagery, but if you're lacking that emotion behind it or the gravity of the situation, it just feels inauthentic. And I think that's where edginess comes in. Inauthentic darkness. Whereas dark is authentic darkness, I think anyway.
Okay, one quick comment. The real Devil May Cry is Dante's appearance in Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne, which, I agree.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
That's the problem.
The real Devil May Cry was the friends we made along the way.
I kind of wish more games did crossovers like that. That would just be awesome to see.
I did also like 4 and 5. I should clarify.
That's fine.
I like them. They're all good.
Actually, what would be awesome if they put
go for it.
If they put Dante as a killer in Dead by Daylight.
I would like that. They only have all the other Capcom characters in there.
Dante and Smash Bros. When? That's my question.
I mean,
they got Bayonetta. That's the closest.
Yeah, I mean, they got Joker. Look, do we need another sword fighter in Smash Brothers?
Oh, swords and guns would be fun, but we already have.
I mean, I think it's unlikely, but I wouldn't count out a Smash Bros. Reveal at this Switch 2 Nintendo Direct that's going to be happening next month. I don't think so, but I also wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah,
it's possible they might tease early development on it. Maybe I don't know.
That's what I was thinking.
I mean, You know, that's actually
I
brings
cut
me
you
to,
off
like a
there.
nice very versus who would win, Sephiroth or Dante.
Okay, that's actually tougher than I thought. Now I think about
Well,
it.
actually, let's make it easier because, you know, let's make it Sephiroth versus Virgil, you know, katanas and all that thing right there.
Well, they also have their transform states. That's where it gets tricky
yeah.
because they both
Yeah,
because they're both ridiculously powerful at
you
their
got the
final
one-winged
states.
angel versus the son of the demon knight Sparta.
Yeah, they get stupid powerful though at a certain point, like all of them collectively.
I'm gonna say, like,
Oh.
Dante fights enemies that look like Sephiroth's final form in the
That's
game,
true.
so maybe he'd be fine.
Yeah, they might be on par for a while, but I have a feeling, and I love Sephiroth, I love Final Fantasy. I feel like Dante or Virgil may have an edge in their like final ultimate whatever form, like whatever that they assume at the end of the game every time, you know, like the ultimate demon trigger stuff. Anyway, let's there's a few super chats I want to get through before we move on.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's actually wow, hang on, just got a few. Something's glitchy here. Oh, cool. It all started acting up on my end. That's great. Don't mind me. My computer was acting up for a second.
No, that's fine.
Okay, so quick thing right here from Stabster. One thing I found about the original Evangelion for me is the TV ending is emotionally satisfying, but logically unsatisfying, while the end of Evangelion is the reverse. Totally agree with that. That's a great way of putting it. Baichiapi Odera has 2 quick super chats. I always saw Tropes as the blueprint and materials for a story. Yeah, that is true. They are the building blocks, and then you have to flesh them out. By Chippy again, some of the best stories make you want to learn more about the culture they are from. I think this is in response to your world building comment earlier, manga, which in turn makes them more important. Yeah, I agree with that.
Also, my
100%.
girlfriend is calling me a cheese stealer, which is not wrong.
Oh my god.
Yeah, she came in earlier and she flipped me off because apparently she wanted to make a Reuben, but I took all the Swiss cheese.
Oh god, that's a monstrous. You see, what I just do is I make food for the whole household. That's the Italian way.
Yeah.
You don't want to
Well,
like you can't even help it. It's instinctual. It's actually really bad. One time, I had a few friends come over, and I felt like I didn't have enough food, so I just to get some baked ziti, and it's like it was too much. It was too much food. It's terrible.
Yeah.
My house is ridiculous.
Well, look,
Sorry, cut you off there.
Look, I'm Irish
Also,
and
just
Scottish. I'm Irish and Scottish.
No, this is
it's
a very-
basically anyone's. You've got to fight for your food there.
That's valid. That's valid.
Very, very just quick, because before we all forget that conversation, apparently Death Battle did Sephiroth versus Virgil.
Oh,
Wait, what?
Yeah.
There may be an
yeah.
answer.
Yeah.
Okay.
I forgot that.
Look,
I forgot that entirely.
look, you want to have a quick moment talking about Death Battle? Because
Yeah, that's a good idea. Because here's the thing, I think I should lay my chips on the table right there. I'm not super into the whole power scaling community. Like, I think very much like, oh, whoever the writer wants to win, that's who's going to win.
Yeah.
So,
Stanley.
but your perspective on that? Yeah, same there. Yeah.
Like,
I think it's the most boring way to look at art in media, personally. Like, who would win, Superman or the Hulk? Like, I don't care. It's not interesting to me. I do not care.
personally speaking, like, and I've had my own misgivings with like Death Battle and some of its community. People can like whatever they want to like, that's fine, but I just kind of find it to be, do we really need to have like 3 versions of Goku versus Superman and have it end the exact same way every time? Really?
Yeah, like it's not going to be shocking the 5th time. I do like how they recently have kind of gone, listen, it's all for fun. We're just doing this for like entertainment purposes. Don't take it too seriously. I like how they've begun to include that more because, yeah, at the end of the day, this is all just kids smashing their action figures together. It's not any deeper than that. But I
think the problem is when they do make it deeper than that, because I've made videos where people use like Death Battle logic to point out why I'm wrong about something, and that's when it becomes weird, because it should just be fun. Like, who cares? It's a goofy death battle, but then it kind of creeps into just general discourse about other things. Yeah,
I personally call that the MatPat effect, because you remember how back in the day when you would make game theory videos.
I hate MatPat so much.
And people,
I have no strong feelings on MatPat either way. You guys don't like him at all. I don't feel particularly strong about him.
I hate him so much.
Well, it's not even that I don't think his videos. I mean, I've look, if you look in the history of this channel, you know that I've done a lot of responses to him. But the thing is, like, and this is something that I think you and I can also admit that sometimes our audiences will do, and that sometimes when a big creator makes a point or they make a video that is widely accepted by everyone, that people will parrot the points and they will use them. Because this was something I wanted to talk to you about too, because people often use like other bigger opinions of people and used to be, oh, this guy debunked you, you're wrong. Bleh.
Oh, 100%. You want to make that next topic? Because I can talk a lot about that one.
Yeah, that's a fascinating topic.
Yeah. I know that those super chats in there we haven't gotten to yet. We'll come back to them later. I'll answer them. Don't worry. But this is a topic I want to talk about too. 100%. A great example of this is for a while, and this is something I discussed with on a previous video about like Doug Walker. Like Doug Walker's arguments early in the internet, like when he would say something, that would become the default go-to comment for every single person about that film that he was talking about. And the best example of that is the Batman and Robin with the Bat credit card. Every single person was echoing, oh, it's so ridiculous, a Bat credit card. I'm like, well, is it? Is that really the worst part of the movie that you could think of? I could think of a few worse, actually.
It's more mimetic than anything else, really.
Exactly. Like, and again, like the problem becomes, and people have done this with my opinion too. I've started noticing some conversations. I don't like that. Don't form your own opinion. I've made videos about saying, listen, form your own opinion. Don't echo what I say. Just my opinion is my opinion. Take it into consideration, but don't feel the need to echo what I say. You don't have to. Make your own perspective. There's a couple things I've talked about where people start echoing what I say, especially with Lily Orchard, because that video happened to be like as big of it's one of my bigger videos, the two Lily Orchard videos, and a lot of people have echoed those sentiments in response to discussing Lily Orchard's content. And granted, I'm not defending Lily Orchard, never will defend Lily Orchard. I think she's a terrible person. But, like, if you're going to criticize her, come up with your perspective as to why you're criticizing her. Don't echo what someone else says unless you're saying, this person said this. Don't... You got to form your own opinion about anything, really. It's problematic because, online we absorb so many perspectives. Sometimes we forget where our perspectives end and someone else's begins, because we're so bombarded with it. And that's what gets really messy and concerning, I think. Yeah. And I'm sure you feel the same. You feel probably similar about other topics in that same ballpark too.
No, I agree with that. But I do think that some people and people can be wrong about things. We have to acknowledge that sometimes reviewers or critics can get things wrong, and unless they're like being jackasses about like, oh no, I'm not wrong at all. We have to consider that sometimes it can be like, an innocent mistake on their part, because that happens. But I have an example, and this is one that's kind of old, and I keep going back to my own videos in this regard, but you keep doing it, so I think it's fair game.
No, 100%, go for it.
So, about 6 years ago, and this is really old, back when the Persona 5 craze was going on, and I'm pretty sure a lot of my audience will know what I'm talking about, there was a video called Persona 5 Style Over Substance. It was a very popular video that was basically telling you why Persona 5 kind of sucked. And if you can tell, I kind of have like a Persona 5 theme, and it's something I've been keeping on my channel for a while, and I'm not ashamed to admit that. And
wait, you like Persona? I had no idea.
Yes.
Sorry, go for it. No, I had to pull that one.
It's like, it's a video, it was someone's opinion, and it's like, fine, whatever. It doesn't matter. Some guy can make an opinion on like why a game is bad. That's perfectly fine. I'll just ignore it. But then when I made my own video talking about it, I kept getting people saying like, oh, Persona 5 sucks. Why do you like Persona 5? And it just kept on happening again and again. And it's like, where the frig is all this coming from? And then when I finally got an answer from one of these people, they pointed me to this damn near 5-hour-long video. And it's like, okay, maybe I'll give it a shot. And then 1 year later, after so many mojitos, a lot of scripting, tons of headaches, I made an entire video that covered some of the most shoddy game reviewing I have ever seen. And I hate to say that, but I'm not gonna, and this is the only time I'm gonna say this, objectively speaking, that review was one of the worst I have ever seen. And I hate to say that, because, you know, opinions and such, but, like, for an example, there's a character named Futaba, who basically has, like, Egyptian theming going on. She has, like, a name called Medjed that's, you know, I believe is also Egyptian themed. She's like a hikikomori, and she considers her room to be a tomb of sorts. One of the criticisms of her character and basically her palace, which is, you know, inner mental work, if the best way to put it, without going into a 5-hour essay of that itself. It was basically a pyramid. So you had like an Egyptian theme going on, which is consistent with her character. One of the critiques was, a pyramid is not a tomb. I am legit serious.
Well, that's really splitting hairs. Like, the average person's not going to know. I mean, because, yeah, technically, and again, we're splitting so many hairs. It's like, the average, an Egyptian, someone who studies Egypt will go, yeah, well, it's not really a tomb, it's this, that, and the third, but, like, the average person doesn't care about that. Like, they associate the pyramids with tombs, so therefore it's, or like grave sites.
Yeah.
So that's what they're gonna.
Semantic arguments are the weakest arguments.
Exactly.
Personally.
Yeah. But here's also the thing. Take, for example, not understanding the battle system. Like, it's explained to you very clearly, and you don't get it for 2 playthroughs of a 50-hour gaming system of a game, you know?
And
it's,
and like, this sounds so frustrating to watch. Like, and again, like, I don't know.
Like,
that sucks.
I
hate the sound of this already.
Way I could put it. Like, imagine you know, like, how to make pizza, okay? And you're watching a video where someone is basically doing pizza the wrong way, and then they go, and this is why pizza sucks. And then you see all these other people in the comments going, yeah, pizza does suck.
Oh my god!
It's like
that hurts me it hurts me in Italian.
Yeah, I know, that's kind of why I did that example, but it's kind of.
Oh,
like
I know.
And
it's terrible.
And one of the worst things I really hated about that is just the insult to the developers. Like, there were a lot of insults for the developers, and it's like, dude, I can point to like about 5 hours worth of content that you didn't pay attention or didn't read was on the damn screen.
Well, and you know, on that same note, and I'm seeing some comments that have kind of said the same thing, so I'll echo the sentiment from the comment section here.
Shoot.
There's also the idea that characters might just say something that's cringy in game because they're supposed to be cringy, or they might make a mistake in game because they're making the mistake in game. Like, even if, let's say, hypothetically speaking, everything that review said is true. It's still a character saying that this is done because it's a tomb. That this is done in the style of this because this is what they're associating it with.
Yeah.
Even if that, let's say, hypothetically speaking, everything that they're saying is accurate, it doesn't change the fact that the character does things a certain way because they think it's a certain way, you know? Like, so from any standpoint, it's a ridiculous criticism, in my opinion, as well. And in that sense. I'm sure there's some things they said that would made more sense, but that bothers me a little bit.
Like,
I don't like that
kind of argument. I'm not going to say the whole 5 hours was pure garbage, but there was a lot of garbage mixed in with some good points. Like, do you remember that one video that was made by Patrick Wilhelm a few years ago, Stop Complaining About Plot Holes?
Yes, I've referenced it at least once in my videos, for better or worse.
A video that'll last forever. I feel like we'll never stop talking about a video from like 12 years ago.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have brought it up then.
No. I feel, and I'll say my opinion on it. I think the video in broad strokes is touching on something interesting. When you look at it which is what I did in my video when I referenced it, in broad strokes, the video is saying something, you know, about, hey, we get caught up in poking minutia about something. I feel like the specifics is where it gets a little sloppy.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing right there. I think that's really the crutch of the thing right here. Like, overall, it's fine to have like those opinions. Like you think people get way too knee deep into it. Although if you're talking about cinema sins, it's kind of like that's a losing battle right there. They're kind of
Yeah.
yeah.
You can only fight certain fights. You can't beat that tide.
You can only punch the wall so many times before you're left with just the stump of a fist.
Yeah. You really can't argue with cinema sins. It's too monotonous.
Yeah.
Anyway, but yeah, you're saying, I'm sorry, I cut you off there.
No, it's fine. It's like I'm talking like since we're talking about creators and stuff like that. People would often get on the point of like, why are you worrying about like little details like this? Like it's just a plot hole. It's not really worth it. It's again, we're talking about like how people will parrot opinions, and sometimes they won't get the deeper meaning of things too.
Well, I feel they get caught up in it. Like for me personally, I think plot is one component of the overall story. Like again, like with me, the biggest things are character, and character is separate from plot. They interact with the plot, but they're still ultimately separate things. World building, that's separate. I feel some people get so caught up in saying that plot is the only thing worth criticizing that they forget there's a lot of other components you can focus on too that interact with plot. And there's some movies where the plot's not that great, but I still like the movie because the other parts carry it, or are so good that it kind of overshadows any weaknesses in plot. I feel the problem is that a lot of people online, what they do is they echo the echo. Know what I mean? Like they're quoting a reviewer, but they're forgetting the supporting details. They're forgetting the ideas presented, and what you get is like this garbled kind of hollow point that they don't totally believe, but they think they do, and it doesn't really reinforce what they're saying, and they forget how it reinforces it.
Basically, like
and
the
so,
ad populum fallacy, because someone popular said it must be true.
Yeah, 100% that.
I think that's probably closer to the reason what you said, Common, because I think it's more of a cultural thing, a social thing than anything, because having a language of we both agree that this thing is good or bad brings us into a community where it's like, you're like me, you're a part of this. So when I say this, we both assume we have the same opinion about this piece of media.
Yeah.
So I honestly, I think that's probably the reason people do shortcuts more than anything.
Yeah.
I think one thing that we also have to consider is that, like, sometimes people will bring up other points just to dismiss the criticisms other creators bring up too, because like I'm not gonna throw shade, I'm not gonna do anything, but when I looked at like your own panel right there were people that were saying like, oh, Anthony debunked Common, therefore Common is wrong at everything.
That's where are they saying that? I'll speak out to my chat as well on that.
No.
I mean, I'll say I think we definitely have fans. If this is a game of sports, we definitely have one side and then another side, but everyone seems to be mostly nice.
Yeah,
which is good.
Everyone's just supporting their faves. You've got fans.
Yeah. Like I'm not trying to cause waves or anything like that. And this is more along the lines of basically seeing like some reactions, because I remember seeing a couple people saying like, "Oh, manga's a lost cause. You shouldn't really talk to him," or like, "MangaKamen is a chud. You shouldn't like. He's not really, he's on the wrong team of sorts."
Well, I think in general, like, they are people who are lost causes. I also don't talk to them. You know what I mean? Like,
no.
I think they are people who I disagree with. I think I disagree with you on a few fundamental things, but like, I'm still talking to you. Yeah. I think a great example of someone who I think is a complete lost cause, who I can never reach on any level, is someone like a Lily Orchard.
Or Shad.
Like, Shad too. Well, Shad especially. Well, Shad's big issue is that he's so arrogant he won't listen to anyone.
I mean, it's also the political and social beliefs that Shad has.
Oh yeah.
Which would make me personally not want to talk to him. He probably would not enjoy the sight of me. So I don't like him.
That's the thing too. Bigotries are sometimes a factor as well. And everyone has bigotries to an extent, but like when someone like a Shad who's like will lie about what you're saying. Like that's the thing right there too. It's not even like here's the thing. You and I will sometimes make an argument about something. If we screwed up, we screwed up. And I think we're able to own up to ourselves screwing up to some extent. A person like Shad will never own up to it. They'll never accept it. They'll never admit it. It's impossible to talk to them. They're never going to engage with what you're actually saying. So it's a lost cause.
And even then, it could just be like we have a difference on what we agree is like a good interpretation or how something is executed. That's something to consider as well. And people just like side where one they agree with the most.
Yeah, exactly. And I think also, I think to another extent too, with the way YouTube channels work, is that people really want to say that one person's better, but it's a conversation. And that's one thing I've wanted to do for a while. Like, I want to engage in a conversation with other critics. I don't want it to be like one side is right, one side's wrong. Because, and what sucks is also a lot of people know me from Twitter, where everything you say is designed to be argumentative, where you can say I like pancakes, and the initial reaction is, "Oh, you fucking waffle fans! How dare you? You waffle haters! How dare you?"
We're having a good conversation here, and I feel like I've been I feel like I've been mostly civil in that regard.
No, 100%. And that's the thing too. Like, I think most online discourse doesn't happen if you're talking either voice to voice or face to face. I think like if you, I think most arguments can be settled just talking to someone. I think the internet has screwed us up because you type in text, you can read that in so many different ways. Everyone has to be concise with your language, so as a result, you have to choose the strongest phrasing possible, and that trains us to be a certain way.
Yeah, not to mention, like, we're trained to basically, bite-sized stuff going on right now. Like, YouTube is going straight into the shorts at the moment, and people don't have the attention spans anymore to really pay attention to the full points people are making.
100%. It's terrible. And like, I was watching a thing, and again, I'm not saying like you have to be plugged into the book world. I just reference books a lot.
No, it's fine.
I mean, unless you can tell, my books are kind of a big part of my interests. Like you look at Book Talk on TikTok. There's a book community there, and there was a whole thing recently where people were complaining that the books they were reading had too many words in them. I'm like, it's a book. Like, what do you fucking expect? It's have pictures next to it. Like, it's not a comic. It's a novel. Like, that's the way it's written. And it's funny because, like, you think, oh, that's so ridiculous. Who'd actually believe that? But like, enough people do, and that's where it gets tricky. Because I think there's like 3 levels of the audience on the video essayist commentary world on YouTube. It's the level of people who like really pay attention, really analyze, like seeing different viewpoints to get a good sense of what's going on. Mm-hmm. They're the people who listen to a couple people who really align with their opinions already. And then there's the people who kind of hear it, quote it, but they don't really absorb what's being said. And I hope I can reach that third group to push them up to the other 2 groups so they can really be self-critical and analytical and what have you,
Well, good luck with that. That seems like an uphill battle.
It is an uphill battle. But, I don't want to like drag them, but I'd like to encourage it, which is, it's a different mentality. I'm not, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But if I encourage it, that'd be something nice, I think.
All right. Any more super chats before I drop our next question?
Yeah, let me read a couple through there, because a couple that I had lingering that I didn't address. Cy Scribbles, who's always in chat, said executive meddling is destroying traditional entertainment. I agree. It's executive meddling is the death knell of like all of that. Monster Tamer AJ, you talk about Gwen Stacy death. What about her apparent resurrection? I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about that. It's terrible. I hate it. It's
Monster
terrible.
Reborn.
No.
Bring back the character to ruin the writing.
Basically, oh my god, it's so bad. Do you know about this? They're bringing back Gwen Stacy, and it's
I
like,
heard about that.
Oh, it's terrible. I don't like it at all.
It's
maybe it'll be great.
It's like bringing
but
back
I don't
Ben.
think it will.
It's like trying to bring back Ben Parker. You just don't do it.
Yeah, just leave them in the ground. Just let them sit. It's okay. We don't have to bring them back right now. There's no point to it. Because I'm bored, I think edginess is darkness without maturity. Yeah, I think that's basically what we came up with, but I agree with that.
Yep.
Backseat Dinosaurs, welcome as a member. Really happy we have you here. I'll post a link to the Discord if you're a member and join the stream at the end of the whole thing. The Guy 493, Dante versus Bayonetta, let's go. Yeah, of course. Sounds amazing. Terminal Sanity, Dark is something gives you legitimate pause about the depths of the human condition. Edgy is thinking mere aesthetics can do so. Yeah, that's a fair way of putting it too. Again, not having the depth of thought there. It's the surface level, not the deeper ideas. And finally, for Super Chats, the Linden Hour, this does count as a debate. They aren't always competitive. Sometimes debates are just open discussions, and there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, 100% agree with that. Debates can be just conversations, ultimately. Sometimes more heated than others. And this time without the threat of whatever was going on last Thursday. So manga. Let's drop the bomb, the the intense topic you're holding on to. It sounds like.
All right. So there's a certain phrase that's been flowing around the internet for quite a while.
Mm-hmm.
Keep politics out of insert media here. So.
All right.
Thoughts?
Was waiting for this one.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so let me give you my perspective. I've said it a few times. I'm going to validate it. So when I say it, don't, and this goes to everyone in chat, hold your horses. I'm going to explain my perspective here. All media is political, I think. I'm going to quantify that. You know, I know before you rush in, I there's a qualifying component to that. All media is political because it reflects the world in which it's written in some capacity. That is to say, it's written with our current values, with our current perspectives, with our current thoughts. And so because of that, it reflects our current politics. Even if unintentional, even if you're trying to make something apolitical, by being apolitical, you're making a political statement. You're going away from politics. The question, I don't think, is should we keep politics out of media? I don't agree with that. It's a fool's errand. It's like the sinking into quicksand. By fighting it, you're actually sinking faster into it. What I think the better question is how intentional the political messages are in there, and what do you mean by politics? Because if we're talking like tax routes and the whether or not corporations own our world, well, some media needs that. Some of that is like you don't write a cyberpunk story without like corporations dominating something, and that's like a discussion of capitalism, what have you. Sometimes though, we conflate politics with like human identity, and I don't really think that is a problem. I think people are people, and if you want to make work that is diverse, that's great. Do so. It sounds fantastic. The question becomes, are you doing it because you're telling a story, or because you're telling a marketing meeting what they want to sell towards? That's where it gets tricky. Because what a lot of people think of as political media is actually market testing. It's marketing. It's 4 quadrants. Again, trying to appeal to the whole demographic at once. And as a result, you're forgetting to tell a good story, because you're trying to sell a product more than you're trying to sell a narrative. And that's tricky because you can take that idea of like, oh, the company's trying to sell something. They're not trying to tell an authentic narrative. And what you end up getting is people misapplying that to things that are trying to tell an authentic narrative. I'll give you an example. The game Concord got a lot of people like yelling at it because they're saying, oh, it's so political, yada, yada. And the game failed. I don't think Concord failed because it was trying to be political. I think Concord failed because it was being bland. It wasn't distinct. It was very corporate cookie cutter. But again, the question then becomes, and I'm hoping I'm hitting the nail on the head. I'm hoping that what I'm saying makes sense, because I feel like I'm throwing a lot out there because it's such a general topic.
I mean, I'm just letting you talk because I'm trying not to interrupt you,
No, I appreciate it. And if I'm talking too much,
no.
Madeline, you can tell me to shut up too, Madeline.
Oh no, I mean, I'm gonna apologize ahead of time because I do have a very strong answer with plenty of backing evidence for it as well. Mm-hmm. So, which it's your I agree with Ant, and I can further argue why that is true. What you said.
I think one thing too is a lot of people don't like being preached at. Like, there are some works that are very transparent in their political messaging, and they're very ineffective at it. And honestly, ineffective politics is just as bad as bad politics. You know what I'm saying? Like, if a work is trying to be political, but it fails at that, and instead comes across as condescending or arrogant or preachy or, what have you, yeah, that's worth criticizing, and that's not good. Even if I agree with the messaging they're trying to say, it's still poorly communicated. I think the best political messaging in stories is something like Metal Gear Solid. Mm-hmm. It is very upfront. It defines the narrative. The narrative is built around it. And it is saying something very profound and clever, but it's doing so in a way that's entertaining, engaging, and you can still enjoy the game and absorb the political ideas that it's communicating. I think Metal Gear Solid is more political than some people give it credit for. But I think also, and again, the other problem is I don't like how we mentioned this before, how people just echo criticism without really engaging with the media. That goes for the politics too. And there's some people who say that media that is very political is not political. There's a famous tweet by I think it's Ian Michael Chong. I think he was saying like, "Oh, they're making RoboCop political." I'm like, well, have you seen RoboCop? It's pretty political. Just because you didn't notice it the first time you saw it doesn't mean it isn't there. And I think and again, it's complicated. It's not easy to communicate. And a lot of this discussion is built in tribalism, like it's built in, if it's politics you like, it's not political. It's great. If it's politics you don't like, oh, it's a problem. I don't like the politics in it, yada, yada, this, that, and the third. One thing I did is a video I did a while back where I talked about conservative horror films. Like, I'm not conservative, but I wanted to talk about conservative horror films that are still really good, that talk about conservative fears in a way that's really good. There's a mindset that I have a lot of trouble with where it's people who go, they'll I'm trying to find the right words for this one because this is a little more of a complicated thought. Where they say conservatives can't make art, which isn't true. Conservative people can make art. The problem is that a lot of the mainstream conservative art that gets well known online is like the God's Not Dead stuff, where it's very preachy, where it's very transparent, where it's very propagandist. And it kind of overshadows the other stuff that people in that spectrum make. But by that same metric, some people take work that like just has a gay person in it and calls it leftist propaganda. It's not just a gay person existing. Doesn't matter where you exist politically, gay people are real. They show up, and that becomes the real hyperbolic echo chamber of the discussion. But I think like it's like with all things, there's a right way of discussing it and there's many wrong ways of discussing it. So I hope that answers the question to an extent. I'm sure I didn't fully hit every knob on the head. I feel like I'm missing a few beats, but we can figure it out through discussion, I think.
No, I get it. I think one thing that I do have a little bit of notes I have written down here which do echo a little bit of what you said. But I think one thing that really needs to be basically addressed when this question is asked is, what do you mean by politics exactly? Because politics is a very broad subject matter in that regard. You know what I mean?
Agreed. That's the other thing too. People just say politics is a buzzword at a certain point. I don't think it even means anything in some capacities.
That's happened to a lot of words nowadays, if you ask me.
Oh, hundreds of words. But in fairness, a lot of the time, they often mean a very specific thing in relation to identity. That's the issue I have an issue. That's why I draw an issue. When someone says, "Oh, they're being political," it's like, well, what's political about it? And you push them on it, and it turns out it's a black person's in the game, or it's a gay person in the game, and it's like you gotta prod them a bit because there is a wrong way of being political in work, but I think 9 out of 10 times they're not really talking about actual politics. They're talking about their pet peeve that they're whatever that might be. And sometimes it reflects their own personal bigotries that are being challenged by the media. And I think we should be challenged. I think we should be challenged when we watch stuff, when we read stuff. I think it's good. I think it's healthy for us to be challenged.
Well, I think the problem with that is like how often should we be challenged so often? Because I think that's something to consider as well. Because if you think about it, I mean, I'm not trying to. There's always the thought, because not everyone wants to be challenged all the time, and a lot of people are trying to say whenever people say everything is political, I think that's what people take an issue with, because not everyone wants to be challenged all the time. Because you can talk about how Tetris was basically a political game, and then people will be like, it's just Tetris, just let me play my game. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying you should ignore any political context for how games are, or how some studios get screwed over, like Disco Elysium, but but I think it's also not everyone wants to be challenged at the same time, and because there's such so much media out there, it can feel like all of this is just coming down at once. And I feel like some people, when they say keep politics out of game, I think they're trying to refer to that right there. Of course, that's being a more charitable interpretation of that, but that's just what I feel like. What the most what the most shoot, I'm sorry, words slipped my
No,
tongue.
it's all good.
Like the most generous interpretation I can give for that right there.
And that's fair. That's a very fair point. I do think you might be being a little too generous in some respects, but I see what you're saying.
No, I get it. Like, I understand. Cause
Yeah.
I personally believe, like, I'm not going to ignore dumb takes out there because just because a piece of media has a woman or has someone of a different group of skin color as a main character, I'm not going to assume that's going to be political. Like, and that's kind of stupid, because I remember, like, a Ghost of Yote sequel was being accused of, oh, it's going to be woke because the main character is a woman in that one. It's like, dude, the game hasn't even been released yet. Could you at least wait to see if this stuff is going to be that before you start launching into the boogeyman,
Mm-hmm. And I think with that too, the issue is that they jump at their one trigger. In this case, it's a black person existing. And I think it was a woman or a black person. I forget exactly. Woman. It was a woman. Okay, cool. Because I think I'm mixing up the controversies with that and Assassin's Creed.
Yeah, you're thinking of Yasuke.
Yeah. Which is a whole other discussion.
Yeah, that's a garbage
and it's
fire
like
of itself.
Yeah, and the thing is, not everyone wants to be challenged with every piece of media, but at the same time, media that is challenging shouldn't be censored at all.
No.
There's a lot of stuff out there that is just fun and not heavy and nothing deep. I think the problem is that we jump to these hyperbolic responses, I think. I'm not saying you're being hyperbolic. I'm saying in that conversation in general.
I didn't take that at all.
Yeah. And the problem becomes like people, and again, here's a key distinction. I'm talking about when that's said in good faith, because there are many cases where it's not in good faith, and that's important to distinguish. If we're talking good faith, hey, listen, I just want to, it's a long work day. I just want to chill out with like a game. Yeah, I get what you're saying. And there's games like that. There's tons of games like that. I think the problem becomes, but there's an opposite problem where people will go, oh, well, this is too political. I don't like it. I just want to chill out. I'm like, well, yeah, but like you have those games to chill out with. Balattro's right there. It's the best. It's one of the best games of last year, and it's a very simple concept. Marvel Rivals just came out. You can chill out with that, and and that's just as that's more diverse than almost all the games that they criticize for being diverse.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, what's the difference? Where do we? What are we responding to?
Yeah.
And the problem is they just throw out the buzzword as like, and if I may be uncharitable in some cases,
No, go right ahead.
I'm not saying any of us are doing it in this chat or in any conversation. There are a number of people who just say that when they see a black person because they're being racist. Like that's like, I'm not saying everyone who says that is being racist. I'm not saying everyone who's doing it is being bigoted, but there is a non-zero number of people who say that. And I think if we address that and don't deny that, it's kind of an important component. Yeah. And that muddles the conversation. Because it's like, it ruins it. Because like, I'm sorry, I keep cutting you off there. I'm so sorry.
No, I'm agreeing with you right here. I'm just trying to go. I'm acknowledging.
Oh, I hear you.
Like how
I hear you.
I hate to also. I know I'm being a terrible moderator.
No,
you do great.
I was actually going to ask if you had any insight because
Oh yeah, I completely do.
Go ahead.
Here we go.
No. Because I kind of disagree with both of you a little bit, or at least
how dare you?
Or at least
terrible.
I think we're having. I think this is all the wrong discussion, or it's the wrong way of kind of looking at what we're talking about.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
When somebody says all art is political, what it means is that all art is created by people with opinions and a culture and environment that has a specific thought. Art isn't created in a vacuum. It's created through education, through experience, through other art that you've seen, through all the things. The decisions you make or the decisions you don't make influence your art. And I think what's really interesting about this conversation of, oh, art isn't political, for me, it's what are you not considering political versus what you are considering political. I would recommend Jacob Geller's video essay about Call of Duty is political as an example of this kind of this way of thinking. But I think more than like whether something is good or bad, whether it's positive, negative representation, I think the argument still stands that because art is not an individual creation made by apolitical people in the, I don't know, the Phantom Zone or whatever that zone was in Superman.
No, you're right.
The Phantom Zone, yeah, I agree with you.
Phantom Zone. Like, that's not how art is made, and also how art is even like outside features. Like in film theory, in media studies, we tend to separate how we discuss media into different categories. We all may remember James Somerton hilariously reading them off of a Wikipedia page. Which made me extremely angry. But the point is that media theory understands that there are so many different ways of looking at a piece of art that it's appropriate to separate and to specify which aspects of an art you're talking about, whether you're talking about the art on its own terms, whether you're talking about the art and the environment and the era in which it's made, whether you're talking about how the art is related, whether you're talking about the feminist politics, the political politics of it. And what's really, I think, interesting and what gets kind of swept away by the politics, keep politics out of art debate, is it's kind of like combining all of these arguments and kind of getting it all wrong at the same time. It's kind of saying, I want my art to be one thing, while looking at it from like 6 different perspectives of why to this one person it has to be this one thing, and kind of always getting it wrong. There's a documentary called, there's also an essay called Ways of Seeing that explains how all media is, by its creation, all art by its creation is political. Even just the decision of where art is presented, where it's curated, how you first see something says something about the art and creates an opinion and a political purpose of an art. For instance, seeing a painting in a gallery is a political statement because not everybody can go to a gallery to see that piece, and where it's placed within all of these things. Or even like YouTube, whether an algorithm is recommending a video to you, what the thumbnail, for instance, we're talking about thumbnail, what the thumbnail influences. These are all in a lot of ways paratext, but it's really important to understand that because of all of these things and because we exist in a society, it's impossible for art to not be political. It's not actually possible. It doesn't matter how simple the art is. I saw people mentioning like Peanuts and stuff. Yeah, it's all political. I'm sorry, because it all has a point of view.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Yeah, I think every component of it. Yeah, sorry, I got you off there. Sorry.
I do agree with that for the most part, but I think what I have an issue with, and it's not an issue with what you said, I think what I have a bigger issue is just the umbrella term of political right here is what I think is the biggest issue here, because it seems like it's way too broad of a subject to and it seems like it's way too encompassing in that regard. I think that's just mostly from my point of view right there. And I feel like when people talk about politics, like, there's so much that you can be referring to that, and it's so broad that I think it might be part of the reason why the conversation is being so muddled, because people will take the word politics and interpret it to be whatever they personally believe politics are being referred to, and I think that's the biggest issue right here.
Here's the thing about what you just said. All of it is true. Every single opinion and thought, whether good, bad, wrong, or right, it all falls under the same umbrella of media analysis. Media analysis is an extremely messy, conversation. Like, when you take a media studies course, you're not taught to beat the film. You're taught to write a compelling argument in an essay. I didn't get points off for getting, for getting a wrong answer. I got points off for not properly conveying my argument in a convincing way, which are different things. And I think what's most interesting about the politics argument is thinking what people themselves define as politics and what about the word politics makes people uncomfortable. I think that analysis of the person reacting to politics is, to me, a much more interesting conversation than let's stop using the word politics in media.
Well,
I think also... Oh, sorry, cut you off there.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think also the problem is, and I'm even seeing this in the comment section right now to an extent as well, we have a very strong opinion about what we associate with it, with those words, with that language. And as a result, we kind of, we can't really see eye to eye on certain things, because we're like really, our life experience, our perspectives, our trying to be, our interactions with people, it becomes like a real sense of like we have these topics that we associate with the word politics, that we associate with the political landscape, that we associate with the world. And a big thing also is, again, a lot of people say what they aren't really actually saying. And as a result of that, some people who are very trusting think, oh, they really just mean this. Oh, they just mean this topic. And we think, oh, well, I'm thinking about such and such and, this and that, when really it's a buzzword.
Yeah, and I'll add on to what you said, Ant, because most people, when they hear the word politics, they are thinking people at the White House, presidents, senators. That's what people in their head think politics are. And by people, I unfortunately mean people of a very privileged status, because if your entire thought of like what is a political statement or a political movement is entirely based around elected officials, that's not what all politics are. Mm-hmm. Politics isn't just a bunch of people, senators, presidents, congressmen in a room arguing. Politics is everywhere. Politics is how our society works. Like the decision that a policeman makes on the job is a political decision. Mm-hmm. You can say that political, and maybe I'm mixing up political and social, but they are the same thing. Like mm-hmm. what I'm talking about is this idea. We say, oh, I don't like politics. It's kind of like saying you don't like the world that we exist in. Like when you go out and you're choosing a restaurant to go to, that's politics, because somebody
could
argue that a lot of people, there.
I mean, you could argue that our world does suck, and I can see why people wouldn't like it. You could make that argument.
But it doesn't change. It doesn't change what's happening. I mean, everything is political because it's all reflecting art. So when you're saying I don't like politics, you're saying I don't like a specific version of politics that I imagine in my head, which is usually, sometimes it is a dog whistle, unfortunately, like it is, I don't want to see a black person or a trans person in my movie. And sometimes people just think politics are, like you said before, it's somebody lecturing somebody, it's somebody trying to over explain something. But in reality, politics is all around us, and it's really important to notice that. Like when you watch something like the Transformers movies, it's important to note how much like jingoism is in that film, like how much it supports armies. And like that's important to notice. And also in Captain Marvel has the same thing. Like these are things that you need to kind of notice, because if you don't, you will just fall for what the creators of this want, that you think this is just normal, that just seeing a soldier out in the desert shooting a brown person is normal, or he thinks somebody from America going in to destabilize as a secret agent another country by themselves is normal. When no, these are not normal. These are political statements that the powers that be want to convince us are normal. So when you say, I don't like politics, generally you think, I assume a certain set of rules, standards, and beliefs and decisions are normal. And anything besides that is politics. And that's telling. That's telling of who a person is.
I don't disagree. I think also a factor. Well, I think actually we got into a tangent I think is interesting. I'm not going to say I agree with everything you just said, but I think that we're on a topic that's interesting. And that topic is, when people typically say something is political, I'm going to be generous and say a lot of times, not every time, but a lot of times, they say it's political because they're responding to politics they disagree with in some fashion. Is that fair to say, do you think? Whereas if it's political stuff that you more align with, often it's harder to notice it. Is that a fair statement to make, I think?
I think it is. And I also really just want to stress that politics are all around us, and part of how our society works is to make it invisible. Like you talked earlier about how there's no conservative art, or conservative art is bad. Most blockbuster movies are conservative.
That's what I'm saying.
Like most movies are pretty conservative in their stances and their beliefs and the things that they're saying, but they've become so normalized that we don't think about them as political. Like, again, I think Jacob Geller's video is really good about this, because it talks about why Call of Duty thinks like going to the Middle East and shooting people isn't politics is a very interesting thing for somebody to believe. that action is not a political action.
All right, I'm gonna pull back the conversation slightly into back into me.
Yeah, I know.
Can I talk now, please? May I
Go
have,
for it. Go
may
for
I
it.
have some screen
Go
time?
for it. I was gonna say I think Madeline has hijacked the conversation.
Yeah,
I
hijacked
said I apologize ahead of time.
Valid.
Yeah.
All right, manga, go ahead.
Okay, look. I'm not disagreeing with that. I do have a few things I do feel like are like. This goes back to my whole broad thing and how I'm not trying to be generous in that regard, but again, this goes to the whole thing. Like when we talk about politics, people will often be very, very vague when they're talking about it. And I think that's the biggest issue here. And I'm not going to say that I'm not going to say it can't be used as a dog whistle, because obviously anything can be used as a dog whistle if you really think about it. I'm not trying to discount that people have done this. I want to make it clear I'm not discounting that. Okay. But I feel like the biggest issue is that we don't talk. That's the thing. The biggest issue when people have this conversation is they don't actually talk. They assume things. And I know I'm being kind of generous here, but from my own experience, I feel like if we actually had people who weren't coming in so hot about this topic, and I understand politics as a whole is something very important, but if you really care about the subject, you should at the very least come in give them at least one benefit of the doubt. If they come out and they say, "Oh, I hate it because insert racist slur here," then no, you don't have to give them the benefit of the doubt. But I feel like people come into this topic a little too hotly, and then they start to make assumptions, and then they start to jump to their own conclusions, and then it just becomes a huge mess. Because, like, we've had this discussion for like a good 2.5 hours, and I feel like we've managed to make some solid ground. I like to think that I've been very generous in letting you guys talk and not trying to interrupt you as best I can. And I feel like
same. I attempt as well. Same. So as I interrupted you, I said same. Sorry about that. Kind of hypocrisy there on my part, but go for it. I'm sorry.
It's fine. And I think no, I don't disagree that politics are encompassing of our entire existence. That's again, but I think at the same time, because the fact that it's so encompassing that it's hard to really tell what people are referring to what politics is when they say keep politics. Because when I were to make that phrase, which I probably wouldn't because it's way too broad, I'm thinking like, don't lecture me in the most boring way possible if you're trying to make a point. Because media, to me, is supposed to be for the audience, and you can have like your messages, but at the same time it should be done in a way that people really enjoy and can really sink their teeth into and think about it. Because yeah, some of the best games have some social or political context in mind, but I think it's because like Metal Gear Solid, that series, and other ones, the creators did a great job of communicating their messages, and I think that's the thing here that's the biggest issue with quote-unquote keep politics out of blank. It's the fact that the communication aspect isn't really being used here, and I think that's the biggest issue.
I would argue that is a. I'll go back to only you two talking. I promise.
Okay.
I just want to say that I think that I would argue that is a problem of the filmmaker, not the politics. Like the politics was the venue, but the problem is the creator of the art didn't just present their message well. Like even if the quote unquote politics wasn't there, that would still be a problem. I don't think politics.
That's why I brought up communication. I think that's the biggest issue here. That's what I think is when you come to this topic, that communication isn't either done well or not done at all.
Yeah,
I do agree with that statement, which is why I just think when somebody says I don't like politics, for me it's just like saying I don't like the movie. I'm like, all right, I usually just ignore it.
I think also it's important.
I mean, did you take issue when I say I think politics are boring because I had to get that political science degree?
That's a very different perspective too, I think. And I think also the thing is that I think with this discussion that's important is that we're talking very abstractly. Mm-hmm. Like we're talking like politics is this nebulous sort of thing. I think the most important thing is to ask, whenever someone says what they don't like about it being political, what are they talking about? You know, what is the political element that they disagree with? I'm gonna say, from my personal experience, based on conversations I've had with people, 9 out of 10 times it comes down to representation of some kind. That if you gave me 10 examples where someone said this is too political, I'm gonna say generously, in my personal experience, I'm not saying this is the world's experience. I'm just saying interactions I've personally had. So it's anecdotal. I want to emphasize that right now before I say it. 9 out of 10 times it's come down to something representation wise is being shoved in someone's face, is the word that often is used, the phrase.
Oh.
And I think it's very different than discussing what I would like to discuss more, which is when politics is discussed, or you have a lecture in terms of a character giving a big speech about the political landscape of the world, the economics. I think that's what I think of when I hear political.
Okay.
People's identity shouldn't be political. That's just the nature of existence,
Well, that's interesting.
I think,
because I actually did have an example prepared I told you about earlier. I feel like this
Go
would be
for
a
it.
time to really talk about it. Let me get the link for you.
Yeah. That's what I was hoping you bring this one up.
Yeah.
Do you want me to? Yeah, that's kind of a good leadway into that.
Yeah, I think
so. This is the
Yeah, it's not the infamous scene. This is a different scene from that game, not the push-up scene.
Yeah, no, I hear you there.
Okay, let me just get, because I got to make sure that my thing is going here, because I had to change channels on my.
Oh yeah, this is the. Okay, this is interesting. You bringing this one up. So let's talk about this scene, because I feel there's a lot going on here. This is Veil Guard. Let me. I think you can see my. Okay, let me share my screen so you can see what I'm talking about here. One sec.
Give me a sec, because I'm gonna be honest. The issue that I have for here isn't really like what you would expect. It's more, and I want to make it clear before we watch that my biggest issue, which if you want to get to it, it's just like 121. My biggest issue is that it's not the fact that the character here, Tosh, is coming out. That is not my issue there. It's the fact that the language being used kind of breaks the world, because if you watch the mother figure, she actually brings up a term that would describe it. It just feels like it's like that whole thing like, oh, there's a Porsche fighting a dragon. Like in medieval fantasy,
Yeah. This scene I'm not gonna play the whole scene just because like it is a 5 minute clip, but I'm gonna play a bit of it. I have complicated feelings on Veil Guard. I think from a writings, I'll play the clip so we have context for the audience.
Mm-hmm. Go right ahead. I'll play the clip too.
Awesome.
Scholar. I was taught to think critically, to analyze without passion, and correct mistakes. You need not tell me that I am an inadequate mother. I am aware.
Then why did you leave?
When I see my child in danger, I act.
Here's the ginger.
Thank you.
So, I'm non-binary.
What does that mean?
It means I don't feel like a man or a woman.
If you are neither a man nor a woman, then what are you?
Non-binary. I just said, and I'm going to use they instead of she from now on.
I think right
If
there
this
should be good,
is
right?
because I have criticized
Yeah,
your dress or your manners.
I think.
Like, I
Oh,
want to
sorry,
get to the point where she brings up, like, the mother brings up that term,
Yeah, right here.
Under
Let's
the
go right
cue,
here.
Yeah.
The term
So
for
it's
one
about
whose
a minute
gender
and
does not
37
match the one given to them at
seconds in, I
birth
think.
was a cunithlock.
Yeah, a cunithalok.
Perhaps
That's
you
what
are
I
like
think.
that.
Why do you have to keep picking at
Yeah.
it? Why can't...
Like, that's really what that's... Like, again, the issue here isn't so much that Tosh is coming out, because, yeah, you have a non-binary character. That's perfectly fine, That's...
Yeah, 100%. I think the problem is, again, and this is a problem I have with the Veil Guard's writing, not in this scene specifically, but in a lot of the game entirely. I feel like it's a lot of it does break and contradict the way the lore has been built up in this series. That's a fair point. But also, the writing's very flat.
Mm-hmm.
The characters say exactly what they mean, when a lot of good writing sometimes doesn't always show that. Like, usually there's more layers to what the characters are saying.
Yeah, I'm like reminded of that one Futurama scene. You can't have characters say what they're feeling. That makes me angry.
Exactly. Like, it's very surface level. And like the problem becomes the way it's executed is very sloppy and it's very frustrating. But like, I also think that I get why people want a scene like this, because it is very important. In terms of characters who are different and diverse showing up. I just think the writing is sloppy, and I think a lot of it has to do with how they fired most of the writing staff midway through the game, and they kind of rushed the production of it. But the writing, the problem is not that the character's non-binary at all. And I feel a lot of people just pointed to that as an easy example. The problem is the writing sucks, which has nothing to do with the politics.
It's really the execution of it too, and I think it's because they're trying, and I think it's also because like the modern day language that's being used. Because if it was just, you know, because this is a fantasy world, you'd think they would have like different terms for this sort of thing. You know what I mean? Because they did have something like that. What the mother was saying.
I don't mind that it's a more contemporary language. That doesn't bother me too much. The problem I have, because there's work that does incorporate more contemporary language to communicate ideas to a contemporary audience. Again, we are the audience, ultimately has to communicate things clearly to us. And I can see someone going, well, if you make it more flowery, you make it more elaborate, you kind of maybe you don't make it clear that the character's non-binary. I can see that argument too. My issue. Yes,
no,
I mean,
go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, dude, I'm cutting you off. You get to you go ahead.
Oh yeah, fair enough. I got you there. There's the problem with people who are too polite with each other. They keep apologizing for nonsense. I apologize to chairs too when I bump into them. It's awful. No, so my issue. Oh yeah, well, step ladders, exactly. my issue with this is it's just very flatly written. Like it's very, I am this. Oh, I don't like that. You are not good enough for my daughter. You know, it's very much like I have this expectation placed on me. Therefore, this is different now.
I think we were
Let's
at the
disagree.
Time scenes. I think we were at the
There are different points in the thing. I agree. It's like, you know, it's like. And again, the problem becomes...
Someone told me this is the game Lily Orchard likes. Is that true?
It is the one she dislikes the least, is a better way of putting it. I don't think she likes any of them, but she also barely played any of them. She played them just to piss off Sai. Like, she had never played any of these games before. She just played it just to piss off Sai because she likes it. But again, like, the problem is the writing is flat. And that's the issue, too, that sucks. It's that, you know, when you look at, like, a game like this, where there's a clear problem with it. Like, that's not... People point out to the non-binary character and go, that's the problem right there. That's the reason why this game's not working. But the reality is the whole game is written like that. This is just a scene where they're talking about a delicate matter in the most transparent way. And, like, a coming out scene should be... It should hurt a little bit, you know? Mm-hmm. There should be a little bit of pain in that, you know, a little bit of embarrassment, a little bit of fear. I think the problem is it's inauthentic.
Yeah.
I think a non-binary character a non-binary author should have written that scene and kind of
wasn't the lead developer on this non-binary? You correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh, you might be right. I'm not positive, but I think like
I think she was also head of the Sims too. I think she was head of the Sims before she got this job.
Oh, okay. That could make sense.
I could be wrong on this, so don't quote me on that.
That's valid. And again, people, this game changed hands a few times, so I feel like in terms of who was working on it, so I feel like even saying, "Oh, this one person was in charge of it," like, well, yeah, but like, how many people did the fine tuning? You know, like I can see
Like, if I can give my thoughts on this, like, again, the problem isn't the non-binary person or coming out. I think, like you said, it comes off I think to me it comes off more inauthentic because it feels more like this happens in real life all the time. And I'm not trying to say it doesn't. I'm pretty sure it does a lot. But with how it comes off, it really just comes off as more like a message to the audience to really, and not so much as an actual scene, you know?
I see that, but I get what you're saying. I don't want to say that you're wrong because I get what you're trying to say. I think for me the problem, I don't see that much of it though. I see nothing but like a very simple transition from like, no, not even transition. That's the wrong word. You know what it feels like actually? It feels to me like they wanted a scene like this, and they put placeholder text in there. And this was the placeholder text.
I can see that.
That they were gonna polish and make better because
it feels like it's missing something. It feels like it's missing a lot of things.
Well, it's missing the undercurrent of characterization.
Yeah.
I think that's the big thing it's missing. It's functionally the scene works. Functionally, it does what it's trying to do.
Oh, much like how
but-
wrench is being used on a nail. Then.
Yeah, but it's just missing the polish. It needed more time in the kitchen, because the pieces are all there for a really compelling scene. But it's the mix of the performance. It's the mix of maybe like it feels like this was okay. First draft comes in. Here's what I want them to say. I'll come back to it later and make it more compelling. Add the characterization. Add some lore into it.
Well,
It feels very first drafty.
Well, that's kind of the thing when I'm talking about like having their own words for non-binary. I think that would have been pretty good for like having a lore aspect, because I can understand how someone could probably say, oh, it's performative in that regard, but I feel like at the same time it's kind of a lose-lose situation in that regard. Like, do you stick with the in lore of this, like what the mother said? This is what most people would refer to, like not being not identifying with who they were born, the gender as, with this one term, or do you just go for the modern day terminology? I feel like that's kind of a lose-lose situation. I could be off base on that, though.
I hear you. It's just tricky because, and again, I want to emphasize that neither of us are trans. So there is that degree right there of discussion where it's like, we have to emphasize that there is the people who know better than we do in terms of like authentic experience and what have you, what feels authentic to them. It just feels inauthentic to me personally as a non-trans person, because I feel like I feel like the language just isn't this. It's not just the individual characters. It's the idea that I think my problem is it just feels like it's not fully
committed,
fleshed out. Yeah, actually, Madeline, you may have better experience with this because you have.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. But let's bring a trans person in to talk about the trans scene. Thank you so much.
Yeah. No, I'm very sorry. I feel like you actually can offer some context for this.
To be fair,
way
more she is the moderator, and she did take up a lot.
This is true. This is true.
Don't want to talk.
Yeah, I was just like, wow, I love being cisplained to for.
I'm very sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I've never seen this before. I've never seen this clip before. I just watched it. I watched some more of it while y'all were talking about it. Yeah, this is insane. This is terrible on every possible level. And this is awful. And I'm gonna tell you why, because I mean, I don't know who wrote this, if a non-binary person wrote it, if a cis person wrote it, but this feels a whole lot like somebody who has no understanding of what it means to be trans wrote it. Because it really does feel like what a Hallmark Channel or after school special would describe a trans coming out, because this is just bizarre. Even if it wasn't in a fantasy world and it was in the modern world, this would be a terrible scene, because nobody talks real. As soon as they sit down and say, so I'm non-binary, you feel like a laugh track's supposed to play in the background, and it's embarrassing. And then everything everyone is saying is what? No, this is it. It feels so wrong and insincere. It really feels again, like a PSA or an after-school special. And the problem with it is not the content. It's really cool having a non-binary character in a game, and it's even cooler to have a non-binary character be proud and talk about it. But this is the worst way I can imagine. Well, no, I can imagine worse ways, but this is a very bad way of somebody coming out to anyone, because it just doesn't feel real to me. This does not feel real. This feels so scripted. And again, it's not the politics. It's not because there's a non-binary person. It's just really, really bad writing. And I think we really got to stress that, as this conversation would not be better if this character wasn't non-binary. It would still be bad, because everything that's being said is so bad.
No, I agree.
Yeah. Okay. Glad you confirmed that, because I'm thinking the whole time this just feels inauthentic. This feels very flat.
I'm just one trans. I mean, other trans people may watch it and say it's great, that it totally represents them, which is also correct. That's what.
Oh yeah.
film analysis in theory is. We all kind of have our thoughts on it. To me, this is embarrassing, but like if somebody says I love this, and I'd be like, great, that's also really cool.
I mean,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
if I can point out
That's
something,
fact,
and I'm going to use an example that you might remember, like unhappy campers from Hell of a Boss. Like, I'm sorry, I'm going to cut you out, Ant. Sorry, I need to.
Oh yeah.
No, go for it.
Yeah, I have a.
Oh yeah, I know that one. Yeah, I know that
have,
one.
Now, I'm gonna say something, and this is gonna have like a telltale on me, but I also have like I have an outside perspective as well on this. I used to crossplay myself,
Mm-hmm.
and like
Hell yeah.
I would actually pass a little bit, but that was before I grew the beard and got the muscles. But anyway,
Aw, we won't fault you for that.
well, I can't help it. I wanted to be manly. I mean, like really manly. When
Aw,
I grew up.
you're lost, honey.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry. Now, I had no problem with like Moxie basically being like that. That was the main issue. That like my friend who's transitioned from female to male. I'm not gonna name them, but and they're probably not watching this. But I just want to point out that they took a lot of offense to that. They thought it was like kind of, and I'm not trying to be like, oh, I'm not like I have this one friend. Like I actually did have this conversation with a friend about this. And they just took a lot of issue with it because it just kind of felt like really overly stereotypical of a girl right there. And they kind of didn't like that.
Well, I would say that is my problem with that sequence. Is that not that I felt offended as a trans person, it just felt extremely sexist to me. And I feel, I mean, again, I have a video on my channel if you want to watch it, but I think sexism is a very it's a very big motif, a problematic motif that's throughout the entire series of Hell of a Boss.
Oh, yeah,
I think it's a very sexist. I also think it's a very homophobic show in a lot of ways, and I get a lot of crap for a lot of the takes I have on Hell of a Boss, even though I am probably the foremost scholar of Hell of a Boss at this point, which is hilarious to me. But like
I mean, I can say about the whole.
Well, like, still, like, for instance, I want to get to this point because, you know, like, it's like a lot of people assume that I would love the character of Sally Mae, but I actually think she's a terrible representation of a trans person, and I go very much in detail in my videos as to why, and I get a lot of flack for that. But it's the same thing. It's about how the character is represented and presented, and It's the same thing with like what you're talking about with the Moxie. My problem with that scene is a lot of reasons. One, it's sexist, and two, it kind of continues the narrative of Moxie being a more important developed character, while Millie being essentially the wife that supports him and not much else in that series. Like there's a lot of other layers to why that's bad, including the reasons we're talking about.
Yeah, and I'll bring you back in, Ant. I'm sorry. I just wanted to have a little talk.
Oh, good.
Because you guys kind of took over for a little while, and I wanted
I think
the
fair.
talking stick. I want.
No. Listen, I think in that case, it's absolutely fair to take the walking stick for that for that topic in that time.
Like, and I can say this, and I can talk about something because I came out as bi for a long time ago. I was kind of bullied out of the closet in that regard, but.
That fucking sucks that's the case, though.
I mean,
I'm sorry.
I mean, it happens. Like, here's the thing. I'm going to point out that I don't like to talk about myself that much on my channel, except like when it comes to like some really personal experiences. But I kept my sexuality offline for quite a long time. But people kept on saying, "Oh, you can't criticize this couple of AKA Stolas and Blitz because you're cishet," and it's like, I'm bi. I like guys and girls.
Oh yeah, that always sucks though, because it's like, and again, I don't want to cut you off your story because this is, I think, relevant to what you're saying, but like, people throw that shit around all the time. Like, you can criticize something as long as you're not being a dick about it. Is what I think.
Yeah.
You know,
like take for example, like the scene we just watched in Dragon Guard Veil and stuff like that. I'm not criticizing it because it's focusing on a non-binary character. I'm criticizing because the writing fucking sucks. But some people, But some people equate that to be like, oh, you can't do that because they like to conflate the two together. Criticize the writing, you're criticizing the concept.
And that's the issue too. And you know what? One thing to add to that is there's so few legitimately non-binary characters in gaming. People like to think they did a study, I think, fairly recently, where they went over all these different games to find how many games actually featured LGBTQA characters, and it was like something like 4% of the last 5 years, games featured at least one gay or bi or lesbian character in it, and it was usually just one character, and it was like a minor character. Like the exceptions stand out because they're the exceptions. They're the ones that stand out, and there's so few of them.
Yeah, and I would like to ask you though, because there's always this one phrase. There are 3 types of lies: damn lies, and statistics. I always have to question when someone brings up those kinds of things. Like, what kind of games are they referring to? Are we just talking like shooters? Are we talking RPGs? Because I can name because there are probably quite a few like gay characters in RPGs, and
that's a fair point. Yeah, let me pick up the statistics so I can give you the actual.
Well, I think we're also getting further away from the point.
Yeah, also, we kind of cut off Maddie here.
What we're
Sorry,
talking about.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
Go ahead, Maddie. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, we're also kind of getting away from the point. Like, from what you're saying about, oh, if I complain about this scene, people will think I'm transphobic, which, you know, I agree the scene is bad and all of that. I guess my question would be, like, why center on this scene specifically as opposed to other scenes in Dragon Age Veilguard that are probably also bad? I think everything is context, and it depends on what's happening in a current situation. That includes people and reviewers of content, you know? Like, as we all know, like, if we say, you know, like, oh, I don't think this, but then make a bunch of videos saying that we kind of like this, it's we're giving off mixed signals. So I don't know. I'm sorry, I don't know your content, so I can't say what your content is. I'm sorry. I have subscribed to you now, manga, but but no, I think it is a little, for me, it is like, there's a lot of stuff we can be talking about. Why are we talking about this? I think it is important as a creator to be like, I am not saying this scene is bad because of the transphobia, or at least saying like, I'm not a trans, like, I'll talk about things that are outside of my depth, you know, I'll talk about a scene featuring, you know, marginalized people, and I'll be like, I am not connected with this, so please understand all of that. This is just my thought. Please tell me if I'm wrong. I think as long as you go in good faith, you should be fine. And if people don't like that, then screw them. I don't know. People on the internet suck.
Well, the thing is, like,
also,
we'll get to
quick
that.
retraction on the thing I said before. Quick clarification. Turned out it was a Jacob Geller video that had said that. They went through a very specific process that changes how I'm going to discard it. It was games that had the LGBTQA tag on Steam specifically. So very specific thing.
I think that might be.
So that's not the same thing. Yeah,
I think
I
that
agree.
might be a little bit of a. I don't know. I feel kind of weird about using that right there because that discounts.
Yeah, it's not strong a metric.
Not to mention, not every game is going to list like LGBTQ if they feature a character like that, because they probably won't be the focus, or they probably like maybe even like RPGs. Because I remember like, shoot, I'm blanking out on an example because I remember there being like a few gay characters back when I grew up. Or you could probably. Like, I know some people like to consider Cloud Strife to be an LGBTQ icon because of the, you know, one scene.
The cross-dressing?
Yeah.
We're just so desperate.
Oh, that's
no,
it. Oh, he is
so
with Barrett at
desperate.
one day.
We have none. We have to just take cis people, unfortunately, cis straight people, make them gay, because we don't get gay characters. We just don't get
exactly. And also the thing also becomes like, and the other factor is too, even using that statistic as an example, that's a good overhead kind of eclectic way of saying. Not eclectic, a good like quick way of looking. Okay, here's the games that market themselves as queer, which is different from saying games that feature queer characters in them.
Yeah.
It's not a useful statistic to include in this discussion. We'll take that out of the record. But you know, it's interesting, but it's not you know what it is. It's not smoking gun that you really need in this kind of discussion. I will say that.
Like I'm not.
I think you could just ask how many trans characters can you name? I don't think I even can use all of my 10 fingers to answer that question. Like, it doesn't matter if we're arguing 4% or 5% or 6%. Like, it's a disgustingly low number, whatever that number is. And it'd be weird to say that it's not a low number because
no.
we know we all play video games. We don't see it. Like,
exactly.
Like, don't get me wrong. I'm not like. I'm going to be honest, like, I am working on a game right now. I told Anthony about this, like, I'm working on it, and I do have a non-binary character in it. Like, she's
hell yeah.
Like, they're going to be, like, a bit of a rival character, because it's a Pokemon-esque game. Like, they're going to be the 4th rival and such. But, like, and, yeah, I'm going to be shaky about it, because, you know, I am just a guy and stuff, so I might. But I'm going to try my best. I even had like a couple consultants who are non-binary, and I got people who are going to help me with that. But I think like
Yeah.
But I think getting back to the topic at hand, like I'm not disagreeing that there needs to be more characters like this. I think they just need to have better writing. That's the biggest issue I think we all can agree upon right here, you know.
I think the question also becomes, what do we define as better? You know, I think what we need to do is talk about character writing. You know, I think
Well, better than Veilguard at least. Better than
yeah,
that.
and it feels like this game is like being. It feels like this game was rushed, is what it is. It feels like the writing was rushed. It feels like the development was rushed. It feels like the discussion is rushed, and the problem is if we talk about. I think the other issue too is if we take, like, if we look at like, I'm trying to find the right words for this. If we take the writing in question and we kind of take a step back and go, okay, hang on a second here. What's the problem here? It's not the characterization. It's not the fact that the character is non-binary. It's not the character. It's not nothing political is being mentioned. It's just the writing isn't that good. But a lot of people just point and go, this is the bad thing. The fact that the character is non-binary is a bad thing. No, it's not. It's that the game had all these development problems and the writing wasn't fully fleshed out. That's the issue. This is bad writing. It's not well done. So what do we need to do? Well, we need better character writing. We need better, more emotional maturity to the writing, you know, but like...
Actually have the game be developed properly.
Yeah, be developed properly with a singular vision from start to finish, which is impossible for games nowadays because everything gets restarted from the executive meddling. But like, I think the problem is that people, they look at it and they go, okay, here's the one problem, and they just kind of stop there, and it's not good. I don't know. It gets very messy. It gets very messy, especially when people's identities are being discussed.
Go ahead.
You know?
Go ahead, moderator. You're
Go for it.
Here's my. Here's something that I've been thinking about. It really, and I want you to know, Kamen, I am saying this in good faith. I am not meaning this as some kind of gotcha or some bad statement. I am just being honest with my feelings on this. I like intention and like how this information is being presented by us, the people talking about the art, is also important. For instance, in this conversation, we were talking about politics and media and how I think everything is political and all this stuff. And you were disagreeing, which is you're right. That's absolutely fine for you to disagree. Mm-hmm. And then saying, well, here's an example. And they're like, well, here's a video I want to talk about related to that. And it's like, that's where it becomes kind of strange. Like, I know that wasn't your intention when you do it, but to me, it's like, why are we bringing this up with this part of the conversation? That would suggest to me as a listener that this isn't the problem with this is the politics. You know, like for me, do you understand what I'm saying? Again, I don't believe you intended to do that at all, but like
No, it's more of like awkward timing on my end, which I will fully admit.
Yeah, so I think that's, thank you for saying that, because like we can talk about bad writing. It's just for me to go from like everything is political, there's too much political or preaching, and showing a clip like this, it's pretty easy to come across with, oh, you think the problem is that there is a non-binary character coming out.
Well,
and I know that's not your intention, but that could be the takeaway.
Well, I would agree with that, except, well, we kind of did establish that I didn't have issues with that, and I tried to make that clear, but again, I'm trying to be respectful here on that and not trying to start a fist fight. That's the last thing I want to do here, you know?
And again, I'm not trying to like call you out like a gotcha or anything. I just am saying, like, it felt weird to me to be like, to watch this scene knowing what we were talking about prior. It's like the two things kind of happening together, I guess. Mm-hmm. Because nothing happens in a vacuum, even talking. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, you know.
Well, I mainly wanted to sit on this because I did want to get Ant's opinion on it, and I did want to talk about it because this has been kind of an infamous scene on the gaming scene for a while. And I thought, like, when we were getting to politics, I thought this would be a good way to talk about, like, it's not so much the political aspects that's the issue here. It's more along the writing. And I can agree that I could have done this a lot better. I could have placed this a lot better, but it's like we were kind of going off in so many directions, and I'm not trying to be mean or anything, there were a lot of like rants and ravings going on, and I just wanted to get in there before like it gets too hot for me to, because I'm starting to get really overheated in this room right now. Because
oh my goodness, yeah.
Because
I know that wasn't my intention when I said all of that stuff.
No, I know that.
Like,
I know that. I'm just trying to point out that I just wanted to make sure we had this clip in the video and talk about it before it got too far off, you know?
Absolutely.
Yeah, 100%. And I think also what's worth pointing out is that it's, you know, I don't know. I'm just repeating myself at this point. Yeah, I always say what I have to say. Sorry, Madeline, I cut you off there.
No, I mean that was kind of it. But like I actually forgot what I was going to say. Never mind.
No.
Yeah, I'm just slightly distracted because I'm seeing in my chat it's a lot of
chat is on fire,
arguing.
which is I think it's its own argument.
Yeah,
Because
it
like
looks
chat
like
has been destroyed on both on kind of both sides since this, but especially Ant's side, unfortunately.
yeah.
Since this
Unfortunately,
argument
Jazzy and
started.
Sire look like they want to kill each other, and that's not great.
I am so
shows,
sorry. I did not mean to start a war in your chat.
No, it this looks completely like it started on its own. I don't think either of us had anything to do with
No,
this
it's
starting.
fine, but it shows that what we're talking about is like important to kind of stress. Like, you know, these aren't just like questions of semantics. It is like important to know what we are talking about. And, you know, it is important to understand that while saying I don't like games shouldn't have politics, or I don't like politics in gaming, we should take everything on good faith, but we also can't ignore that it is a dog whistle for a lot of people.
Oh, no.
You know, you kind of have to play that game, and you kind of have to.
That's it right there.
I think
I think a lot of people. Oh, sorry, cut you off there.
Yeah, let me talk this time right here. I think it's
No, go for it.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Because like throughout this conversation, I feel like I've established that I'm an open-minded person in this regard, and I understand sometimes it's a roll of the dice. You might get someone like me, and you might get someone who's willing, like, no, I do not like them non-binary hoes. Yeah, you might get one of those, like, I don't even know what that accent was. I apologize for that.
It was beautiful.
that sounds like a Louis Armstrong crossed with a belching frog. I'm really happy about that. I don't know where that came from. Sorry about that.
What are you talking about there, boy? I'm sorry.
All right, go for it. I'm sorry.
I'm horrible. I am horrible.
That was terrible. But please keep going.
No, my point is, like, yeah, personally speaking, I feel like, yeah, you take a roll of the dice, but I feel like it's better to have, like, some more, I feel like it's more like glass half full, glass half empty in that regard. Because unless a person has, like, a real good track record of saying crazy shit, like, say, a Lily Orchard or a Synthetic Man, I feel like when you talk to someone about these topics, it's good to at least consider that, one, maybe they're coming from just a misinformed way, they're not trying to be mean, maybe they're just ignorant, or maybe they have good intentions but are just an awkward guy like I am sometimes. And I feel like that's necessary for conversations to go, because otherwise it just kind of devolves into like an internet slap fight and no one really wins after that, you know?
I think to an extent too. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I think the conversation has to go. Like, if somebody says, I don't like games that have politics, the next question has to be, what are the politics you're talking about? Because the statement itself can unfortunately just kind of be like a post and leave statement. Like, I just don't like politics, and then you leave, and it's like, well, what do you mean? Politics is everything. You have to be a little bit more specific, and you can't just assume I know what you mean when you say, I don't like the politics in this game.
Yeah, and and I agree. You have to prod into that. That's something that people should do, but again, I think part of the reason why we have like this divisive topic and why it's kind of heated is that most people don't do the prodding. They just basically make assumptions. And I'm not trying to say you did that or anything like that. I'm going off a more generalization and going off my own experience online.
Mm-hmm. I think also a fact. Oh,
absolutely. I know I'm being bad, but like
it's all good, moderator.
I am saying, and this is from somebody who I do get a lot of comments that are like, stop making everything political, and it's literally just because I'm a trans person talking about something. Like,
yeah. And,
when I prod, that is the answer they give me, and it does suck. Like, legitimately suck.
You know what you should say in response to that?
What?
I'm gonna be your next congresswoman then.
I should run for president. I legally can now. I'm 35, so I can run for president.
There we go.
Yeah,
that's how you do
vote
it.
for Madeline.
Yeah, if you're getting too political, then get into the politics and
Oh,
change them on the
politics.
inside.
This is politics in my YouTube stream. It's more likely than you think.
Mhm.
I think one factor too, and I see this also in terms of discussion too. I feel like a lot of people who will transplant their own experiences into a discussion where they're like, well, I'm awkward and get misinterpreted. So that means that other people might get awkward and misinterpreted because we're showing empathy towards people. But the problem is that's not always the case. And a lot of people talk in bad faith. And it's like when we say like all work is political and I don't like politics, a lot of the people, 9 out of 10 times, they're talking about someone's existence. And I think the trick is not necessarily to wait for them to drop a racist slur, but take a look at the context in which they're saying it.
Mm-hmm.
What are they responding to that's political? Are they responding to a scene where a character gives a 12-minute speech about something? Okay, I get what you're saying there. That makes sense. Is it just a trailer where you hear no audio, no plot points overlaid? It's just a black person shows up.
That
well, if they're saying
that sounds like a terrible trailer. No audio?
Oh, I mean, okay, not no audio, no dialogue, I should say. Well, actually, no audio would be very interesting, really avant-garde.
I think I can explain what you're saying, and it's like if someone's saying this is too political, and what you're looking at looks like everything else that's ever been made, but the one thing that's slightly different is a character's gender or race, then I mean, like, okay, I have to ask, like, this all seems like every other thing ever. It's maybe it's another shooter or something. So, like, what is the politics? And, if they're wishy-washy, I'm like, I don't know, I just don't like politics. I gotta start, unfortunately, putting words in. Because you can't just say I don't like politics and expect that to be the end of the conversation, which I think a lot of people do. They just want to have that be the last thing they say before they log off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 100%. And that's the factor right there. It becomes like, and the problem is we don't really listen to each other. We just talk because we have our own personal pain that we're trying to communicate.
Yeah, communication.
That's the big issue too.
Yeah, communication is the key to get through these things because, I mean, I don't know about you two, but I feel like we've had a very productive conversation in this stream.
This is fun.
Yeah, no, and it's like it's important, Like I think the problem. Yeah, sorry. I'll say one thing fast, and then I'll let you talk. I'm so sorry.
No, that's right.
I was just I'm jumping. I'm chopping at the bit to say this one thing, and then I'll let everyone talk. Sure. I'm sorry. I think that like the big thing that we get messy with is that we have our own pain that we're dealing with. Whatever that pain might be, and that kind of keeps us from interacting with people in the way that's helpful and productive. We get caught up in things, and we see something that's directly in front of us, and it hurts us, and it causes us anguish, and it causes us distress, and then we just kind of we don't see what the other person's saying because we're so distracted by that thing that's bothering us, and we get into arguments, we get into fights, and I think online especially because no one can just verbally say, hey, listen, here's what I'm actually trying to say, I'm sorry, or no one can apologize. We have to win. We can't just lose ground. We have to keep pushing, and I think that's really dangerous in these conversations because no one can see eye to eye, and it's depressing. It really bums me out. That's something I've been thinking about this whole time.
Okay, I gotta say one thing about that little speech. I was imagining like that one South Park theme song whenever Stan gives like the
God, yeah. the sad melody in the background. Yeah, there we go.
In fact, if we just give you like that little beanie, you might actually pull off a good Stan.
I'll accept that.
And
it's yeah,
you had your fun. On my turn.
Yeah, go for it.
And I do want to say that if I have been insensitive in this, I don't feel like I have, but I can't tell sometimes because, I consider myself to be an idiot, like a smart idiot sometimes, but still an idiot. And I do want to apologize if I came off as insensitive to either of you. I do apologize if I came off that way.
I don't think
you really didn't. You were fine to me. And this is not about. I'm just thinking that a lot of us, like, we kind of all just say and make mistakes because we all have internalized biases. Like, nobody, everyone has the fascist in their head, as Philosophy Tube says, and I think we all have internalized. I have internalized transphobia and homophobia. That's just kind of part of being raised in America, unfortunately. And you got to unlearn a lot of things. But I don't think you did anything particularly like bad in this stream. No.
Well, it's
I think you got yourself great.
Like, I don't know. I've always been like kind of hypercritical in my regard with that. It's like sometimes I like to think that I do good, but at the same time, it's you got that little voice in the head that says you screwed up, Kamen. You done screwed up again.
I don't think you screwed up anything.
I suffer from very extreme anxiety, which I take meds for, so I'm all with you on that.
Yeah.
It's not so much anxiety, it's that I've kind of had like a mental condition for a long time caused by heat stroke and almost getting run over by a truck.
Oh my god.
And also,
that's
also
not great. That's not great.
Also, I've been struck by lightning twice.
So you're just really lucky, is what it sounds like.
I mean, you want to say that's lucky, I guess.
I mean, it's lucky. It's like winning the lottery 5 times. You survived it twice. That's pretty impressive.
I kind of wish I did win the lottery instead of that.
I think you can get on a Wikipedia page if you were struck twice. You should look into that.
Yeah, actually, or Guinness, or some Guinness thing, I'm sure.
I have no way of proving it. All I have is my own self. Like, I can tell you the story like that if you're interested. It's just a funny story.
I would be interested, but I won't say right now if we get onto that. But I don't think you've done anything that's particularly bad at all. This discussion, I want you to know. I think it's. I want you to know this too, because I think it's important to say it. Like I think you're saying your piece. You're saying what you think. I think that's really important to do. Like that's good. I think personally.
Yeah. Like I can be awkward at times, but it's not like I'm trying to do it out of maliciousness or anything like that. It's because
I mean, so fucking what if you're awkward? I'm awkward too. We're in the same boat here.
Literally, we can't stop interrupting each other. We're all
it's terrible. It's actually horrendous.
Plus, our moderator keeps interrupting and becoming part of the conversation, which is totally fine with me.
I brought a moderator to hold us accountable. It's terrible. I love it. Thank you, Madeline. You're great.
I'm never being hired to do this again. I've lost my job forever.
I think we've had a really good discussion. We can just wrap it up with a couple of like shooting the breeze stuff, like with my stories, and then we can call it there.
I think it's a good plan. Yeah, I think it's a good idea. Okay. Yeah, tell us the lightning thing. I'm curious now.
Okay, the first one was when I was like about, I want to say like 10 or 11, and this is the stupidest thing, you're not going to believe it, but I actually had a really awesome badass kite. It was one of those stylized like bat wing kites that was like really, really high end. It was like really a lot of money, and it's like, don't you lose this kite, young man. I'm not going to buy you another one. And unfortunately, being a dumbass kid at the time, I flew it straight up into a tree. And
literal Charlie Brown.
Storm.
No, here's the thing. Like, the kite didn't get me electrocuted. It was the fact that when I climbed up the tree, I was wearing a denim jacket that had a lot of metal in it. And the lightning struck me, and I fell down. And you won't believe this, but the worst thing that happened to me was a scraped knee there. No broken bones or anything.
The current must have flown right into the... Oh, God, that's rough.
Yeah. That's
terrifying.
I was up in the tree for one moment, then I came back down, and I was having like a mini afro going on right now.
Oh, God, that must have... Shit, man, that sucks.
What did it feel like?
Honestly, it just felt like I just drank like... You know that one scene from Futurama where Fry's drinking all that coffee and such?
Mm-hmm.
It felt like that for a second before I woke up and go like, what the hell happened? Where's my kite?
Oh my god,
it
that's
burned
so
up
scary.
apparently.
Yeah, oh, I can imagine. I bet it would with all the intense heat.
Yeah. But otherwise, other than just, hair become frizzy and knee being scraped, I was fine. The other time, it was just like so random. I was out in the middle of a field just trying to, pick up trash because, community service for high school stuff going on. You had to do some stuff in order to get some credits to graduate. Nothing big.
Mm-hmm.
Really wide field. All of a sudden, I just get zapped. And I fell over. And my friend, who was actually, sitting in the back of his truck because he gave me a ride and he didn't want to do it, he was just sitting going like, damn, you got zapped. It's like, again?
Oh my,
Oh my
god.
God.
This time though,
The
I kind of
kind-
had like I had like a patch of hair gone.
Oh, it actually burned you down to the scalp?
No, it was like I had like really long hair because again crossplay at times and such.
Mm.
Aw.
It kind of burned off like the side of my head and like got like one of those side crews on just one side.
Oh
That's
my
kind of cool
god.
if you think about
Actually,
it.
that's not bad. Actually, it is going to be a burned patch of hair somewhere. That's the best way to go. I think.
Did destroy
Anyway,
my leather jacket there though.
That's actually the worst part of the story so far. The fact that the
I don't know
leather jacket was
how,
destroyed. The hair can go back, but
I really have no idea why I got struck by lightning there. I guess it was just like a freak thing, and I was just the tallest thing in the field. I didn't have anything of metal
actually,
on
that
me.
might be it right there.
Well,
Yeah, that might be it.
I bet
Because
the most you could
that
probably
height,
say
you
is carrying like aluminum cans, but I'm not even sure if that really would be the cause right there.
if you had aluminum on you, that might actually attract the lightning. That might be a factor. I think.
That is just like,
I would say.
but yeah, those are my
That's the bigger
stories.
brother. I was holding a lightning rod everywhere I went. I don't know if that's related to the story.
I don't know. I had a big stick I was sticking to the air saying, strike me, Thor. And you should be. I don't know what happened. It was strange.
But yeah, that's just basically
Is-
my weird tales, and I got quite a few other ones, but I think that's enough for right now.
That's valid. I do want to read the rest of the supers that we got just to give them mention. I'll read them real fast just so we can get through them
Yeah,
real
I
quick.
should do the same thing. I only got a couple more, but we can do that.
Yeah, I'll read real fast. Robert Cruz, Bridget from Guilty Gear is trans. That's the T. That is certainly some tea that has
We
made
love
my
that.
first.
We love it for her.
Well, there's also
There's
Poison
that-
too from I think Final Fight. Poison?
Yeah, Final Fight as well. That's a good example. Bridget's great. I love Bridget as a character. She's fantastic. Poison's a great character.
Poison's canon as trans is unfortunately a little
I know.
not centered. I would love for it to be true, but it is unfortunately one of those translation things between two separate organizations that are just saying meh. So believe what you want, and it's all correct.
Oh, there's also
I always
Vivian
like-
from
every
Vivian,
gender, cis and trans, all of it.
there's Vivian from
Yeah.
Paper Mario.
That too.
Yeah.
Vivian's canon. There was a story that one of the people who worked on Metroid said Samus was trans, but it turned out to be a
Yeah.
poorly translated sexist joke
Yeah.
that did not translate very well across
Well,
across
it's like,
borders.
it's like Birdo, right? Like they made the same joke about Birdo
Yeah.
in the Japanese text. So
which sucks because it's like
Yeah.
jokes from one language do not translate very well in another. So it's like, oh, they're being deadly serious. Like no, that's a joke for very bad reasons, but it's a joke.
And again, there's
And it
cultural things
sucks, you
going
know?
on too. That cultural stuff.
Yeah, and
not that
again,
I mean, we were just as bad back then. So it's
Mhm.
yeah.
yeah, don't forget there was a lot of hate crimes in the 80s. So I'm not gonna.
Most of
And
them are
today, hell,
most
it's
of them
still
are
going on.
hairstyles that didn't deserve to be there.
We were assaulted by hairstyles. That's very true, but also actual.
Some were
hate
pretty
crime.
iconic.
Yeah, like the
NGL.
mullet.
Yeah. Oh God, I once got into a car accident with a guy with a mullet. It was horrendous. Anyway,
Joe Dirt.
Yeah, it was bad. Oh, what was it?
Joe Dirt.
Oh God, Joe Dirt did attack my car. That's true. He rammed the side of my car. He sideswiped me. All right, real quick with super chats. Sai, thank you for super chat. What people mean by keep politics out is they don't want to be preached at to. Some people view entertainment as a way to impart their worldview, like Christian films, and it's obnoxious. I know this is the conversation. I think this is the comment that probably started the whole
Yeah.
discussion and the comments. I won't elaborate too much more on it, but I will say that I feel like there is a right and a wrong way to incorporate messaging and storytelling, and I think it's a matter of writing, not the message that they're talking about or the
Hey,
ideas
my
they're
next video
presenting.
topic.
It's entirely execution, which we just discussed in detail.
It's why we have the term preachy.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
There's a right and a wrong way to do everything in fiction. The moment that the story comes to a screeching halt, you get close to maybe reconsidering how it's going in terms of, are the characters growing? Is action happening? Is the plot moving forward? Is something about the themes happening here? But it sometimes works. I think the Great Dictator is a great example. The plot totally stops for like 4 minutes as one of the best speeches of all time happens. So it could go any direction. It's not always a bad thing.
Yeah. By the way,
By
Maddie,
the way,
Maddie, do you want to see
sorry.
that character I told you about, the one I'm making?
Yeah. Yeah.
this is
I
cool.
feel like
Send it to me.
yeah, I feel like Aaron can keep reading, and I'll send that to you.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, I might as well because there's a few I gotta get through here.
There
We
you go.
got a bit, yeah.
Yeah, by Chip
Ooh, I
Yodera, I will make my own cyberpunk then, with magical girls and swords and other stuff. That sounds like a line from Futurama there.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, with booze and hookers. All right, and blackjack. The guy 493. Personally, I've always preferred to say that everything is about something. That's very true. Everything is about something. That is an accurate statement there. It is definitely true. Adrian Parchman. My problem is that I have a mob mentality / follower personality. That how I got into the Star Wars sequel trilogy hate and CD Cal's cult of personality. Yeah, that's fair. Mob mentality, cult of personality, and what I recommend is thinking for yourself, trying to form your opinions, thinking about why you follow certain opinions, and if you do that, you'll think for yourself. You develop. I don't want anyone to feel like they're in my cult. I want them to feel like they're here because they enjoy my work, but I don't want anyone to feel like they're being led by a cult leader, because I'm really bad at that. That usually ends in not so great stuff.
Question everything. I question Ant all the time.
You do.
I get mad at Ant and everyone. Critical thinking is just being like, why is something like this? Don't assume things for granted. Be a postmodernist like me. There's multiple truths.
Hundreds.
100 trillion. Only 100. There's only 100 truths. I'm sorry. I should have stressed.
Just one. and you own 99% of them secretly.
Yes, they're all. Yeah, I'm correct.
Yeah. Terminal Sandy, thank you for Super Chat. There's nothing wrong politics and media, even when you don't agree with politics, so long as the politics don't detract from the narrative. Otherwise, you might as well make a political speech. That's very true. Sometimes, and again, this goes with like politics, not identity. We're talking like, politics, the actual word itself.
Politics.
Yeah.
No.
We're talking like Manchurian candidate politics here. We're talking like great dictator politics here. We're not talking the gay person is talking.
I would say just anytime something is clunky, like I'm just now remembering the love speech from Interstellar as just one of the strangest moments. And it's not political. It's just a very, very dumb, overlong statement that, so it doesn't even have to be political. It can just be a preachy, just nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If the movie stops to talk about the themes and message, what ends up happening is that message that should be intrinsic is now struggling with everything. Everything's
telling versus showing, right? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Telling versus showing, exactly. Also, hot take. I'm not a big fan of Interstellar. I don't think it's very good.
Oh, I don't like it. I don't like it either. I think it's pretty bad.
Manga, what do you think about Interstellar? Have you ever
I'm sorry, I got a lot on my plate. I haven't even seen it. My apologies.
That's valid. That's cool. You're probably better off. You're not missing anything. I wouldn't say it's like a thing you have to see. I'm very lukewarm on it.
I dropped off Chris Nolan after Dark Knight. And even Dark Knight, I kind of reevaluated a little bit.
I liked Oppenheimer though. That was okay.
I mean, yeah.
I still got
Oppenheimer, Barbie, the combination that came out that one weekend.
Yeah, and then everyone agreed Barbie was better. I feel like, right? Barbie's
great.
good.
I love Barbie.
Barbie's really good. All right, Pact 1558. I'm sure a bunch of Oppenheimer fans are like, he doesn't fucking good Oppenheimer. Like, I get it. It's a good movie, but like,
if you want to voice that complaint to Ant about that, just give me some super chats and I'll gladly read them off and I'll insult Ant for you. And during that, just give me money and I'll do that for you.
If you want to insult me, super chat MangaKamen.
I get none of these super chats.
There you go.
Thumbs up emoji.
Okay, let me get to these quickly because we're gonna be here all day otherwise.
Yeah.
Pack 1558. Thanks super chat. Frostpunk 2 takes politics to its very extremes. It's about the nature of extremism, bigotry, and the nature of political machine. It wouldn't be the same without the politics, and it would lose its message. Yeah, some stories like that. Anything punk, politics are built in. You need that. Because that's the entire point of punk. Punk is anti-establishment. It is. You can't make a non-political punk. It's like it defeats the purpose of what punk is, which is to say, sticking it to the man. By Chip Yodera, people who shut down constructive criticism by calling someone racist / homophobic / etc. It's not the thing to do. Yeah, I think sometimes you can shut down comments for being racist when they're racist, but let's make sure let's just make sure we're not jumping the gun. I think is a good rule of thumb in general. But if they are being racist, then fuck them. You know, But if they are, Terminal Sanity, thank you, Super Chat. Also, if you don't like a piece of art / media because of its politics, you don't have to like it or engage with it. Yeah, you can watch anything else or play anything else. It's fine. The Wave Runners, thank you, Super Chat. One of Balaltro's best cards, the Hanging Chad, is a reference to the 2000 U.S. election. So you can't even fully escape real-life politics there, too. That's a fair point. The Hanging Chad is political. There you go. Nut the Butter, thank you for Super Chat. When you think about it, Ruby Gloom is political. Well, that might be the case. The Guy 493, everyone in Veilguard speaks in therapy speak. And that's also a problem. I don't think everyone should be that articulate. Some people should just be dumb, and it's great. Like Iron Bull, the best character in Dragon Age, but that's a conversation we'll have for another day. Sai, most of the Veilguard writers of the series were veterans. This has nothing to do with meddling. This just had to be the meddling. Yeah, that's fair too. I think they also restarted a lot of times. Adrian Parchman, Dustborn. That's fair. The Wave Runners. I just lost my face here. The Wave Runners, thank you again. I do want to bring up that Tetsuya Nomura has done guest designs for the 2 games now that are super heavily implied to be gay, Gaia in Final Fantasy XIV, and Malice in Xenoblade Chronicles 2, and they're both great. Yeah, 100% agree with that. Adrian Parchman, diverse will not help or hurt the story. It's all about execution. Agreed. Angels Art in Gaming. I'm home from a friend's house. How's the debate? Pretty good. Visit Tour Massacre, and along came Zeus. In regards to you being shocked by lightning, there, MangaKamen twice. You pissed off Zeus, apparently. Not the butter. Seuss, not Zeus, but Dr. Seuss, has done political cartoons. That's very true. And we have 3 from 1001 Johnny. Well, I'll read them real quick. In Japan, they have a philosophy for storytelling. They develop a worldview for the world of the story. An example of a poor worldview is how the MCU has regular people not be a presence in their movies. How do normal people still live a normal life? Like in Netflix's Daredevil after the events of the Avengers. I think that showed a normal life right there. The Daredevil and all that.
Yeah.
I think all of that's very interesting how it's done. I think it's distinct and interesting, but
speaking of poor presentations of a gay character, that fucking AA meeting at the Endgame, where it's like, I lost my husband because I'm gay, or some
oh yeah, I forgot about that guy who's the director.
We just don't get the Russos are hacks. I'm sorry. We just don't get good representation. This sucks. I want that.
Madeline, don't you love the Russos' masterpiece, The Gray Man? Everyone saw The Gray Man. It was the most watched movie of all time, according to Netflix.
Yeah, I'm going to see that with the Electric Slide, or whatever the fuck their new movie's called.
Oh,
anyway.
Oh god, so terrible. Anyway, so that's all super chats on my end. Manga, do you want to read some of yours?
Yeah, I got one from the Wave Runners. Have you heard of Metal Gear Rising? I think you would like it. Jokes aside, I'm a Xenoblade fan too. 2 fan. People use the same out of context clips to criticize it. One thing I've done in the past, what really brought my channel up, is I did a whole bunch of essays about how deep the Metal Gear Rising bosses were. I even went to some literature stuff like that for a couple of them too that they make reference to. How the memes, DNA of the soul, and really going into
before memes were even
very hammy.
The original definition of memes, not even what memes mean now.
Well, no,
that's how ahead of the game he was.
Yeah, he was so I believe it was Darwin who made that reference, who made the concept of memes.
Something like that. Yeah, it's an old idea.
Mm-hmm. Well, even beyond that, mimetic ideas are really old. We're talking thousands of years if you really want to go back to it. Yeah. But yeah, no, it's
honestly, I feel like you would get a kick out of just watching the scenes from Metal Gear Rising just to see what you can pick up from the bosses for what they speak and what they're referencing sometimes.
Oh no, I love Metal Gear.
Is literally a senator.
It's great. It's fantastic.
It's not subtle.
Mm-hmm. I was actually going to... Okay, so this is a bit of inside baseball, but I was going to bring up Metal Gear in my Cyberpunk video I did a while back. But I figured it was too long already, so I just kind of cut all those bits out. But I was going to go into into Revengeance and all that with all the subplots and all the Cyberpunk imagery into Metal Gear Solid 2 with the simulation angle. I love Metal Gear Solid. I think it's a great game series.
Oh, yeah,
I've always loved it. So one day I'll actually do a video on Metal Gear Solid. I'll be very happy about that. But I love Metal Gear Solid.
Have you played
the
NES games?
Yeah, well, I played I played the NES games after playing 3.
I got
It was the wait between 3 and 4. I had a friend who had like an old NES, and I was like, "Oh, can I play those?" I'm like, "Oh yeah." I only played the first one, and I think I played part of the second one. Never finished the second one.
I
though.
imagine actually might get hands on a pristine copy of the first Metal Gear game too for NES.
Nice.
Anyway,
Love
back
that.
to what I was saying. J Manor Productions. Back to the entertainer point. There's a difference between telling a story and lecturing the audience. If you have something to say, tell the story well, or he won't take you seriously. Yeah, pretty much. Let's see. God, the mouse. No, work, mouse, work.
Oh god, your mouse acting up.
Yeah. Sometimes it
Hate
turns
that.
off when I don't really use it. Anyway, Argonaut says, I think people take issue that all media is being catered to a specific morality that is being echoed and applied to products that tends to be the main focus that outweigh the creator vision or previous established lore. I can see that. Adam,
I think again, it's defining your. I'm sorry. I think it's just again defining your terms.
Yeah.
There's a lot of words there that we just like to know the meaning of.
Yeah. Adam
Yeah,
Unfriended. I think people call something political when ideology outweighs passion for the medium. It's why Metal Gear Solid gets a pass. It shows passion, not ideology. Kuwabara, Kuwabara.
Oh my god.
I love Kuwabara. It's my
Kuwabara's
favorite
the
Yu Yu
best.
Hakusho character.
Yeah, seriously.
Let's see. Another from Argonaut. Check out the Darien scene from Dragon Age Inquisition of him confronting his father as a comparison, basically to the scene that we talked about with Veilguard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Veilguard sounds bad. Don't get it, I guess.
Yeah.
Veilguard, again, it's just disappointing writing. It just
Mhm.
they didn't have enough time in the oven.
All right. Same thing from again. He asks favorite Persona character. Oh, I like Kanji.
Chisei.
Okay.
I've
love
only
Chisei.
played part of 5. I'll say Futaba. I mean, that's basically me.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah, that's accurate. Do you also live in a tomb?
I live in a pyramid, Ant. Excuse
Oh,
you.
there we go. I'm sorry.
Use you.
All right.
I'm sorry for offending your culture. Sorry, go for it,
Clip
sorry.
756. When the crab is underwater and it sees a fish, does the crab think that the fish is flying? That's.
I think some crabs swim, don't they?
Yeah, and
I
some
think-
float too.
I think it sees like, does the crab think the fish is flying or swimming?
Does the crab think the fish are birds, or fish the birds of crabs?
I don't know. I
Can the
never talked to
can-
a crab before. I usually eat them with butter.
Can the crab tell the difference between the air and the water?
Oh, play another Crab's Treasure if you haven't. I just remember that's a good game, so
Oh,
play that game.
Yeah,
I like Dark Souls.
yeah,
If you like
that's-
Souls,
Yeah, that Dark Souls one. And finally, from the Wave Runners again, Ant Dumb, Manga Cool. He talks about non-political games like Metal Gear Rising, Revengeance, and Persona 5. That is true. I do talk about that stuff.
There
my
you
favorite
go.
non-political.
And I just got one more just right now. Alex Tatakai. Heyo, just got home from watching the new Looney Tunes movie. How is everybody doing tonight? Man, that movie looks so good. It sucks that Warner Brothers didn't do a damn thing to promote the thing.
And they're ripping it
I'll
out of
sing it
theaters
this
like
week.
tomorrow.
I'm gonna try and support it.
Seriously? God.
Yeah, they're actually taking it out of theaters after less than a week of it being out. Even though people are seeing it, it's probably made its budget back. It only cost like $15 million, but
I
like,
I heard it's going at least until this next weekend.
Oh,
I
good.
seriously
Heard
need
so,
to. I seriously
yeah.
need to ask: do the people at Warner Brothers just hate money because they canceled that Batman Beyond movie that was going to be done in the style of the Spider-Verse? Then they did like all that other stuff with like that one fighting game where they had like all the characters, and they decided to put Banana Guard in before other prominent characters. What the? And then they're
to
suicide.
say
I
nothing
think
of the fact they
when-
spent $200 million on Joker 2, but
I legitimately
a dozen
think-
other films.
I legitimately think the plan is to hollow out Warner Brothers and have the executives make as much short-term money as possible before allowing it to go into bankruptcy, which is generally what happens when buyouts happen. The
Yeah.
problem is capitalism. The problem is capitalism. It's not capitalism doesn't make good art. Good art comes out in spite of capitalism.
It's all about the money, I think. And David Zaslav, I know a few people who used to work for Discovery when he was the sole runner of it. He's he's just an asshole. Like he's he's like the exact opposite of what art needs. He just wants the money and that's it. And he'll screw over everyone else to get to it. He's just yeah, I can't stand him. And not to mention Coyote versus Acme, a whole Looney Tunes legal comedy.
I wanted to see that. Yeah.
Oh, the thought of it pisses me off so much. Oh, anyway. All right, so this has been a lot of fun. I think we're just about wrapping up. I think, right? I think I got like one more super chat actually.
Go ahead.
No, you got one.
No, I read it. I did.
No, you got
I
another
read
one.
it too. That's funny. It's a funny one.
I don't see it on there. I think it might be Wave right there. Let me double check. Let me just do the live. See if that shows up there. It's not showing up on my end. Oh, okay. Here we go. Here we go.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I shall give to you. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Visitor Massacre. To Pain Ant, I shall give money to you.
Love it. Anyway, so that's enough super chats. We're good, except unless you want to send Madeline super chats. I guess you'll take them.
What?
I mean,
wait, what? Yeah. Oh my God! Please send super chats right now.
I mean, do you have a Ko-Fi?
Yeah, whatever you were doing before. Now, this is the next 10 seconds.
But yeah, I feel like this has been a very. I feel like this was a nice conversation. I do feel like that we did disagree on things, but I feel like it was done in a respectable manner at the very least.
I think it's important to
absolutely.
do. I think it's important to have that kind of respect, though. I think, like in general, like these conversations are productive. Like, let's have productive conversations. I'm so tired of these like super negative, super. I don't know if you feel the same way. I'm just tired of these super negative, super angry conversations people have online. I'd rather have a productive one that people see eye to eye with to an extent, at the very least, by the end of it.
Oh yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I really do understand that. I do feel like it's a bit of a pain nowadays where this goes back to the whole communication thing where no one really wants to communicate. They'd rather just shout down that, oh, you're wrong. Oh, you're insert, I don't know, insult here. And then people just go on about their day. They don't really care. And I feel like this kind of conversation is necessary because I feel like, yeah, we come from two different aisles, but at the same time, we both have our own loves of media. We just have different ideas on what that refers to, and I can respect that you have different interpretations, I have different interpretations, and that's fine. Different strokes, different folks, makes the world great.
Yeah, and I think also the problem is people bring a lot of pain from their life into conversations, and it kind of blinds them. Not blinds them, that's the wrong word, but it kind of keeps us from getting where the other person's coming from in certain circumstances.
I think there's a lot of passion for media. And I think, honestly, I think a lot of people probably don't have control over their lives. It's 2025 in America and everything kind of sucks. So I think a lot of us will kind of go to media because it's one of the few things we can kind of decide for ourselves and have, control. And that will lead to people kind of identifying, and something will become more important than maybe it needs to be in a certain way. But I don't think people are bad for that. I think people just need to just listen and not... Disagreement isn't a competition. It should be a conversation. And all media analysis should be a conversation. It shouldn't be winning or
100%.
Losing.
100% agree with that. I think the problem is and again, it's certain people especially who like, they need to win. They need to have the right answer. And it's like, it's movies, it's games, there is no right answer. It's just what you think and why you think it. And I think more people need to go out to bars is what I'm getting at. Just fucking chill people at a bar. That's my end answer.
Everyone gets drunk.
That also too. I might do that after the stream. But Manga, I just want to thank you again for taking the time to speak with us now. I think this was a great conversation.
Yeah, I had a good time, and honestly speaking, I'm gonna be honest, I was kind of flattered that you actually put me on your list. I felt like, hey, you actually took me up on my challenge, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to. And I think it's like, and again, I think that the point is it's so important is there is it's not worth engaging with someone if your takes or your ideas aren't interesting to discuss. And your ideas are just interesting to discuss, and that's important, Like, there's a lot there, and I think it's important, and I think as we... And your style is different than my own, but I think, like, at the end of the day, we're still talking about the same core things.
Yeah.
I may not get Ruby like you do, or Has Been Hotel like you do.
I mean,
but
I kind of wish I didn't get Ruby or Has Been Hotel the way I do either. You know, I kind of wish.
This is valid. This is valid. But
is
you know,
Ruby
if
the
you're passionate about it.
the RWBY show? Is that Ruby?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah. I was like,
Yeah.
what is everyone talking about?
that's fair. And again, like, as long as you're passionate about it, as long as you're being respectful to the other, and I mean, within reason, you know, some people, they don't give you respect. You shouldn't give them respect right back, I think. But I think in general, like, you know, I think it's important to have these discussions. What I'm getting at.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah. Long story short.
I mean, it's obvious that, you know. Sorry, girlfriend was laughing like an evil maniac in the other room.
Valid. Yeah, my
no,
spouse
but-
is asleep, so
yeah.
I can't speak to that one.
I think the point is, like, one thing I do appreciate with this, and I have to say this to both of you, I do appreciate you guys at least, you know, giving me a chance, because, you know, I too kind of have a bit of a reputation apparently online, because depending on who you ask, I'm either a chud, I'm spreading LGBTQ plus propaganda. You tell me how those two things come, how you get that from me.
Well, yeah, I'll tell you this: I'm either like an arrogant, condescending monster, or a raging transphobe, depending on who you ask. So I think we're in the
You were a
same.
simp.
There may be some merit to that one. I did a whole video simping on fictional characters, so there may be some.
Good.
Well, actually, maybe not simp. Maybe gooner might be the more accurate terminology.
Edging through this content.
Edging through this
People
content.
just call me
yeah.
a hater. I don't know. I just get called a hater. I'm sorry that I have opinions that I guess people don't like. I promise they're real. That I'm not just making it up to be cool or whatever you think I'm doing. I do believe everything I say.
Yeah. Well, I think in general, what it comes down to is, you know, if you're not in the extreme ends of a conversation, depending on how you look at the person from different angles, you have different perspectives. And I think in general, it's like, and I think I was talking to another, actually, I was talking to a YouTuber, another YouTuber about this on I think on Blue Sky, something like that, where we were both saying something to the effect of like, people just take like the thumbnail you say one time, or the headline, or the first 5 seconds of a video, and then just imagine the rest of the conversation that you say, and then they argue that, and that's the whole thing, and that's it. And I think like sorry, I cut you off there. I'm so sorry.
No. You were talking. I keep cutting you off.
It's all good. I basically said my piece already. So what are you gonna say?
It makes me glad that one of my favorite videos that I've done in the past few years is Yoshikage Kira video. You know, and it's like
100%.
Yeah. I love talking about villains, and that's just something I hope to keep doing. It's just really good, and it's like they're kind of positive. I mean, I'm talking about evil bastards, but that's in a positive way. Yeah, it's
fun. Bad guys are fun.
Yeah,
it's honestly the one thing I wish I could do more of are villain videos. I've done a few, and they're decent.
Do it, man.
Some of them are decent.
Do
I
it.
might just. I mean,
Talk about your favorite
I know my
villain.
next. Well, I've done that. already.
Do it again. Do it
you
better.
know, good point. I know my next video is probably going to be. My next video might be the Wendigoon video, which I'm nervous about because the last person online to make a Wendigoon video didn't do it. It's not like that. It's a response to his Inferno video, which I have.
Okay. Well, my next video is already set up
narration.
anyway. I just gotta draw a thumbnail for it. I'm actually
Nice.
It's actually a remake of an older video I did a long time ago.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
That's you see. That's the thing. You've been around on the site long enough where you can go back and go like, this is a few years old. Like I can polish this up. With my older videos, I'm like, since I've only been on here for like less than only like a year and like a couple months, I'm like, this old video I did, I have issues with it looking back on it, but it's too early to touch it up again. I feel like I gotta let it sit for a little longer.
Yeah, but
you know.
at the same time, there are some videos I can't really touch ever again because, you know, for one thing, they wouldn't be worth it. Like, I'm gonna be honest, like, I used to be a brony YouTuber and stuff like that a long time ago. And and it's like after like a whole lot of messes and how the community kind of just imploded in on itself, it's like, screw this, I'll become a commentator. That got me money. And then after that, it got wrapped into drama, and it's like, screw this, I don't want to get into this anymore. It's making my hair go silver at age 20.
I used to be
my
a
hair's
Brody.
great.
Great confusing times.
Mm-hmm.
Being a
I was
brony was
never-
beautiful.
Yeah.
I was never into My Little Pony. I just don't get it.
Well, that's why you're wrong. I'm actually on Common's side now.
valid,
Switched.
valid. No, but like it's one I just never got it. Like I don't know. Like it
No,
never.
no.
Dude, it's a cute show. It's a cute show.
Honestly,
Cute.
honestly, right now, my goal is basically to convert everyone to the glory that is Kamen Rider right now, because holy shit, this current season is extremely well done.
You see, that I feel is an easier fight because Kamen Rider has a lot going for it, especially with. Didn't and I'm behind on everything Kamen Rider. Didn't Anno do a movie with them, like a Shin Kamen Rider?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
It's like a retelling
That right
of the
there.
first Kamen Rider, which is actually a pretty good way to get into this, because while it does have like its own eccentricities and it does go a little fast, it's a really good introduction to the series.
All right, so anyone in chat who hasn't seen any Kamen Rider, watch Anno's Kamen Rider movie. There you
And
go.
I,
That's your
and I-
homework.
and I think I speak for the community, the fan community, when I say it's morphin time.
God. Now, that's Super Sentai's bastardized cousin of Power Rangers.
Yeah, no, that's
Although there
that's
was
exactly.
actually one Super Sentai that did use "It's Morphin Time" as their call. They did it as a spoof.
Oh my god, I love it. I love it.
I love it. Tyrannosaurus. That was my at 5 years old. That was the greatest show ever made.
Mhm.
Anyway,
So at 5 years old, you realized you wanted to transform into something other than what you currently were.
honestly, you're joking, but that's another topic. It's a whole.
That's
Other,
we made a video
Anyway.
about that. No, we did a video about that
we
topic.
did it. We did do a video about it. I don't
did
have.
like Power Rangers
I
one.
actually should be. I actually should be leaving. So you all hang out and do your goodbyes. And it was
Yeah,
very nice. Thanks for letting me hang out and kind of moderate.
Yeah.
Common, if you ever talk about Hell of a Boss again, hit me up because I don't want to do it on my channel.
I probably
I'll
won't
do it on
talk
other-
about it until like season 3 comes out. I'm hoping that it's good.
Oh God.
Especially after those last 2 episodes, I'm hoping that it's good.
There's a couple episodes I like. I don't think the whole thing's terrible.
Oh no, I think the
I
episodes.
think it's just
I think like the.
it's got bad messages.
Yeah,
we'll
like the
go
whole
into it, but
Stolitz
anyway.
thing. It's like that is.
It's sexual assault, right? Like it's a relationship based on sexual assault. Like I don't know how you can argue against that.
I'd say it's
That's
more
all.
like, you know, both. It's like both parties are like really big dicks that I don't really want to look at, and I say that as a guy who's bi. The two dicks
Yeah,
I
there
don't
you
want
go.
to see.
Check out my video on Hell of a Boss and my thoughts on everything we're talking about. Anyway,
Anyway, yeah.
bye everyone.
Yeah.
All right,
Kamen Rider, go.
Take care. All right. I'm gonna wrap up as well.
Yeah.
I just want to thank you again. You know, it's sincere. I really want to sincerely. Words English. Thank you for doing this. It was a lot of fun, I think.
Yeah.
And I think that like we need to have more discussion. I think not just you and I specifically, but like collectively as a community on this site, we need to have more
Mhm.
just conversations. We don't kill each other.
Honestly, Ed, I wouldn't mind having another conversation like this sometime in the future. Maybe have like another guest or something like that we can like, you know, do like just have a good conversation about, because I feel like this is a really good way to basically offer olive branches to like different aspects of like the analyst community, you know?
100% agree with that, and I think that's the thing right there, because it's like I there's so much fighting. I'm just so and I know I told you this privately, but I'm so sick of like so much animosity. Like with some people, it's okay. Like with some people, they're striking first.
Yeah.
It's okay to be a little back and forth, but most people, it's like I think the average person just has the same general opinion on things. Just,
Look,
I don't
man,
know,
I'm
it
gonna be
sucks.
honest right here. I've had a good time with you. I consider you to at least be, you know, I don't know if you consider a friend, but maybe well-known acquaintance at this point. Like, it's
I'll accept that.
I don't know. Like, I'm gonna be honest. It's not a you thing. It's just like, well, you know a couple of how I've been with some friends. Like, you know, I have a bit of a history with friends, so I kind of got friendship issues here.
Oh, I mean, given some of the people who you've interacted with in the past, I can understand you feeling dicey about stuff. That's understandable.
To make
Like,
it clear, I'm not saying that you're not. I'm not saying you're as bad as, well, you know who, but yeah.
I hope. I certainly hope.
No,
not.
no, you're not. You're not.
I mean,
You're
I
not.
haven't. I don't think I've defended any.
No.
I'll stop
don't-
myself there.
I'm
I'll
just
stop myself
saying-
there.
I'm just trying to make sure that it's not you. It's my own trust issues going on here, and that's pretty much it. I've had a good time. I wouldn't mind
Mm-hmm.
doing this again with you sometime in the future. It'd be fun.
No, I agree. And listen, whatever. There's no pressure either way. You want to do it again, that'd be cool. You don't, that's cool too. But I think in general, in life, I'm not gonna make a grandiose statement. I'll be concise for once.
Are we gonna actually play that South Park music again?
Yeah, cue the music. No, but I think like you've dealt with a lot of crud in your life, and that sucks.
Mm-hmm.
And if you need me to help, if you need any help with that, with dealing with that or pulling through with it, just let me know. I'll give you whatever that needs. I think it's been a lot of fun. I think that you seem like a really cool guy, and I think that you're moving past a period in your life where shit sucked, and I think you're trying to put that behind you. Yeah, it sounds like anyway.
Yeah, I'll let you know if I get struck by lightning a third time, and I'll let you know then how I feel.
Yeah, please don't. Please avoid open fields while screaming at Zeus and the All-Father to strike me down while I still stand.
Listen. How else am I supposed to become a natural blonde other than being struck by lightning?
You could just dye your hair. You don't need it to be natural.
All right.
It doesn't need to be natural. All
right.
But all joking aside, I'll let you go right now. Right, man?
Yeah, it was nice.
Have a good one.
You have a good night, Ant. And I want to say this to my chat. Thank you guys so much. A lot of them are actually being really respectful to you, and I really appreciate that of them.
Yes, my chat as well. Aside from Sai and Jazzy's Mortal Kombat death fight, guys, I'm kidding. It wasn't that bad. But aside from that, even with that, I think the whole conversation on all sides has been really good, from what I can tell.
Yeah.